Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
You especially want to go to court if it's bullshit charges because you get them thrown out. By gosh, make them work for it. By gosh, go down and fight them. Yeah, you can.
Alrighty, just trying to get all the buttons and switches in order. Sorry about that. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me here this morning. I see people are coming in taking a seat. That is wonderful. Down in front. Yep, looking good. Let's see. Pop out chat. There we go. Water delivery just happened. Thank you, little RA. Appreciate that. Excellent. We're set. We're ready for the day. Let's see. Go full screen here. Got some chats going on. Let's see who was first. Turn that on too. All right. Here we go. Let's turn that on and then this on. You'd think I would get ready before the live stream. That would probably be the most reasonable time to do it, but there's no time like the present. Really, there's no time like the present. Okay, come on. Where are we at? Connecting. It's thinking about it, guys. Let's give it a minute. Still thinking. It says connecting, but I can clearly see it's not. Connect again.
I'm not a camel.
Make sure I'm not on my neighbor's Wi-Fi. I'm not. Oh, we're connected. We're all good. All right. Then we can bring Sophia in. Sophia. Congratulations, Sophia Starlin. This is the first time you've been first in chat. And I'm not sure if you knew, but before you talked in chat, no one had said anything. It was quiet. We were enjoying the silence. It was peaceful. Some of us were doing yoga. It was just relaxation time. It was sort of like our moment of peace before all hail breaks loose. And no, you just blurted out hi. You broke the silence. You broke the law. You broke the ice on chat, and now everyone can talk. And as a punishment for doing this, now just understand, this is it's like a love-hate thing. I love that you did it because now we can all converse. But you did break the law. And so I hate to have to do this, but I do have to sentence you to internet ownership.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
It may be upon us. And today, of all days, that's the day you are going to be monitoring the internet worldwide. And expect a few phone calls from people all over the world as they have issues with their internet. And some of them, honestly, are operator issues. And you're just going to have to handle those as well. Sophia, congratulations on being first in chat. It's no small accomplishment. A lot of people try to do this. But today, that was you. This is a first offense. It does go on your permanent record. If you would like to purchase a certificate for the low fine of 50 cents commemorating this offense, you can do it over on our merch page. You can download your own certificate of internet ownership, which is suitable for framing. I also recommend you add it to your resume because how many people can claim this? But it is fill in the blank. So don't think that we're going to go ahead and print your name in there or anything. You can go ahead and do that yourself. We've pre-signed it, just like all our checks. So thank you, Sophia. I appreciate you being first in chat. It's always fun to have a new winner. Wonderful. Well. We'll see if you become a repeat offender. Sometimes once you learn how to win, there's like a crime spree of winning as well. All right, it is a wonderful morning. It's a wonderful morning. Lots of things happening today. We've got the Rust trial. I would say the Alec Baldwin trial. He's the one that's mentioned more often than Hannah. But we've got the Rust trial with Hannah Gutierrez, which is continuing today. We're into day 5 of that one. Also here happening today this afternoon up there in Judge's court. BK BK's lawyers are going to find out if they get to have it their way, and if their trial gets set for when they want it. I think they're shooting for a 2025 date, and we also may hear, fingers crossed, we may hear if there's a change of venue, which I think is very likely. I think very, very likely in this case. But as soon as there is a change of venue and we have a date set, there will be a mad rush, and I'm just calling it right here. Airbnb is going to crash, at least in that area. Whatever server runs the Airbnb for wherever the courthouse is going to be for that trial, it's going to crash because everyone's going to be booking Airbnbs for that window. It's like the whole 3-month period as soon as they can. So I know I will. So there we go. That's going to happen today. I think we're not going to break from trial coverage to cover that. I'm going to see if I can record it. I'm not sure. I've got all my machines doing a lot of other things. Okay, so I'm not sure which one I can record it on. If we don't record it, I know Brandy Churchwell is going to be covering the judge hearing today as well with BK, seeing if they get to have it their way. Is it okay to say that, those two things together, or should I expect a cease and desist? Yeah. So that's happening. That is great news. We have some other things as well, which I've been practicing for all morning, which means I'm probably in the worst shape of my life.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. It is, we made it halfway through the work week. I didn't choke on that one, but it was close. I had to sort of, end early. Yes, we are halfway through the work week. It is Wednesday. It's all downhill from there. And the weekend is on its way. We're now closer to this next weekend than we were from last weekend, which is good. All right. We have spare account number 2 is here. Yay. I'm so happy I found this channel. I love your community. Love your channel. Spare account. Everyone needs a spare account, apparently, but you got the name. That is wonderful. Number 2. I guess the first one was taken. Big shout out to Ella Cole. Did anyone else hear that Helena's husband went in to finish Rust as executive producer last year? Guess the movie meant a lot to her. Wow, I did not hear that. Christy Ann, I have my courthouse back. 4 months, Christy Ann. Thank you for your continued support. I heard the buffer sound in there. Let's see, P.O. Box is in the description. Yes, it is. If you need the shipping address for the channel, that's there. BK is at 4 p.m. Eastern, which is before we end. So that's going to be late this afternoon. Yeah, but I'm hoping we get an answer. A lot of times Judge listens a lot. He's like, all right, I'll take that under advisement. And then at some time in the future, I'm just going to issue something and you just have to watch for it. I really like when a judge can make a ruling from the bench on a simple matter like that. I mean, it is complicated, but it's simple enough. It's just a single decision and everyone knew it's coming. You've had plenty of time to think about this. You'll hear a little argument today. You've probably already made up your mind. But yeah, we'll see. Change of venue, maybe. Maybe we'll lock down a date as well. We're locking down dates for courts all over the place this week. All right. Out of curiosity, do you have a P.O. box? And if yes, what is your favorite color? Sardinism. Yes, I have a P.O. box. The P.O. box is box number 775 in Ayden, North Carolina, 28513. But you can see that by, I think when our mods type ! address or something in chat, it shows up. And you can also see it on the description of every one of our live streams down if you scroll down on the bottom. And my favorite color is anything that makes me look good that's not the same color as my green screen. And I do like wearing, I wore the green shirt yesterday. I almost said green. Anyway, I wore the green shirt yesterday and I was able to key it just right so it didn't disappear. But it did take a little bit of color out of my face, which I still have to fix. I still look a little faded. All right. Where are we? We have, there was a buffer sound. I know I've got to find that. Kelly says, keeping me entertained while I'm at work. Love you all. Kelly, thank you for 7 months of support. Would not be the same without you here. Thank you so much. Let's see. My wife tells me, sardinisms, my wife tells me I'm not supposed to wear two, I don't know what they call them, like light colors. Like if I wear like a khaki short with a light colored shirt, I'm supposed to do like darks and lights. I was like this many years old when I've discovered this. I've never been as snazzy a dresser as some of the people we see in court here in this courtroom that we're following today. So I probably should take some notes on that. All right, buffer sound. Let's see. I'm creating a petition to have RA wear a green shirt, not green screen for April Fools, floating head all day. We might do it. I could do it with the shirt I got from Tammy. I can key that one in and make it disappear. I can actually make pretty much any color disappear as long as it's not like a skin tone color, because then I disappear as well. Official daily safety briefing happening right now. Everyone gather around. Don't point that thing at anyone. Keep your hand off the trigger. Boys, they're not toys. Put it away. There you go. There's our safety briefing. Be safe. Don't shoot things you don't want to destroy. Now you have more training than many of the people who were on the Rust set. All right, I'm looking everywhere for the buffer. Oh, the buffer was hump day. Is there any birthdays today? Any birthdays? Let's scroll down here. Oh, let's see. Boom, there it is. Sharon says, let's see, Christiane, congratulations on the 4-month anniversary. But Sharon also says, keep up the chatter, is 51. 51 years young. Denise Feldman Ersland, Melissa, Karen, Indy, Cindy, all have birthdays today. That means we get to sing to them. By we, I mean all of us. And let me just say, one of you did not sing yesterday. New technologies has enabled me to be able to poll and see if you were singing or not. And only one of you thought that you could get away with it and that you wouldn't sing. And I realize this is my fault. I have not been checking to make sure everyone was singing, but I did yesterday, and one of you didn't sing. And I need that to be fixed today. If it was you, you know who you were. No need to out yourself in chat, okay? I just need you to join with us in singing today, the birthday song. And that's the sternest reprimand I'm going to give. It's out of love. It's out of love. You know, hopefully you feel that. But I need you to sing with us. Even if you think you're not a good singer and, you know, the other people would hear you. I know you've got your reason. But I need you to join with us in the birthday song. So we're going to sing to Keep Up the Chatter. Denise, Melissa, and Karen, and Indy Cindy. It's going to be a mouthful because we're going to do it all in one verse without pauses. So here we go. Places, everybody. Shoulders back. Deep breaths. Warm up with me. La, 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 la. Sounds beautiful. All right. Blend your voices with your neighbors. We don't want any, like, standout. That's not good. And not too much warble either. Cha-chas are okay. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Keep up the chatter. Denise Feldman with Melissa, Karen, and Indy, Cindy. Happy birthday to you. I fit everybody in. I don't feel like anyone was like gypped on that, but it was really quick. You might have to listen to that in slow mo to actually make out the syllables of your name, but I think I got every one of them. To everyone who's having a birthday today, congratulations, first of all, on surviving to today. Today's your birthday. That's awesome. That's a great accomplishment. I realize there are many places you could be and many people you could be with who would want to celebrate your birthday with you today, but you have chosen to be with us. That is not lost on me. Thank you so much. We hope we can make your special day a little bit more specialer with some great testimony from court. I mean, what else could you ask for on your birthday, really? Happy birthday to all. Does that scare the littles? No, they expect it. As a matter of fact, some of them will come in if I've forgotten. They'll knock on the door and like, it's hump day. And so far, my wife has not been on the phone with somebody else when I do that and have to explain it. But that day will come when she's like on the phone with something important. And they're like, what is... do you mind if I ask what's happening in the background? Yeah. Anyway, it's gonna be fun. Maybe some spiciness today. We could have that. We had spiciness yesterday. Miss Violet says, "Well, my squeaky bird is now hopping around saying hump, hump, hump." He loves hump day too. It's bad when I've trained your birds to speak and all the words they pick up. All right, we will end the birthday song. What is your favorite color? I really don't have one. I like blues. I like maroons. I like wearing purple. I've never really been into like the bright colors, like the bright like yellow. I do have a light blue shirt that I got from Matthew Harris. I didn't think I'd look good in, but I really like now. It's the one that says everything I learned about law. I learned from Matthew Harris Law. I've got that. I've got a couple light blue like fishing shirts. This is a gray shirt I got from Tammy, which has a logo she put on there. It says RA on a little courthouse right here. I like blacks. I mean, I really. You can't go wrong. The whole rainbow's pretty. Let's see. What else did I miss? I think I got everything. I think that was a beautiful. And let me just say, my initial indicator shows that everybody sang. So I'm not sure if the technology is broken, but the little report I got back is that everyone was singing, and I appreciate you for that. That's the way it's supposed to work. All right, Raymond says, sorry, what have I missed? Just a wee bit. Yesterday was a little spicy in court. What we have going on right now, we are on day 5. Let me actually plug this in. We have Seth Kenny today. We have Seth Kenny from the PDQ Props, who's going to testify today. And we heard the testimony we got yesterday really sort of, I think, cleared him and explained why he was not prosecuted for anything or included beyond the raid on his warehouse that we already got. But the bullets he has are very different from the ones that were on the Rust set. I make no promises. I do have limits. I've worn some pretty interesting, funny things that people have sent.
Video of roaches fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who won.
Do you like buttons, surfing, bunnies, or tea? No on the tea. Bunnies, if anything live is shipped to me, you're going to have to deal with Mrs. R.A. I'll put that out there right now. Surfing, I like bodyboarding, which I'm not good at. Buttons. Surf the web. Does that count?
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Buttons are good. I like buttons. I like finding metal, like old buttons, metal detecting. All right. Need a redo on the hump day? No. No. You can only do one. I've done a hump day yell twice, one time, and that was when I was on vacation over in Western North Carolina, and the live stream cut out right as I did the yell, and I'm standing outside the hotel. That was when the fire department showed up and everything, and I'm standing out there doing the hump day yell with everybody around. And I had to do it twice because the feed dropped. That's the only time.
Break for lunch, Judge.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm not going to read all these comments because I think some of them have a little innuendo in them. All right. That was funny. It was funny for you. I got a lot of stares. I think I'm not allowed to go to that hotel anymore. All right. Okay. Here is where we are. Let's first do a quick, and I mean quick, recap. And this is not going to be nearly as detailed as previously. Hannah is charged with 2 things: involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. Both of them are class 4 felonies in New Mexico, which means if she's found guilty and receives the maximum sentence for each one, they each carry an 18-month prison sentence and a $5,000 fine. There's a good chance those two will run together, so I don't see her serving time over 18 months. There's also a chance that she receives less than the maximum sentence. I don't think it's a minimum mandatory situation where it's a mandatory 18 months in prison. It's very likely that there will be no prison time served if the judge feels that way. And I believe the judge is involved in the sentencing. It might not be the jury on this one. Yes, that's what we're talking about. Streaming in the woods as a camp counselor. We did that from camp, also in Western North Carolina. I don't get out of this state very much. So that's what she's charged with. She was the armorer on the set for the movie Rust. She was the one responsible for bringing the guns to the set, getting the ammunition. By ammunition, I mean not real ammunition, but blank ammunition, which does not fire a projectile. It just makes a bang and a puff of smoke and a little flash of light or fire. And dummy rounds, which do nothing. They make no sound. They just look like a bullet when you put it in the gun. And if you were to inspect the gun closely, it looks like a bullet. And it should not make a bang, should not shoot anything. They're really just dummies. They're quiet. They're inert. That's the only two things she should bring. And unfortunately, it sounds like as we get further and further along, that in addition to the blanks and the dummy rounds, she also possibly inadvertently brought some live rounds mixed in with those. And those live rounds got mixed in on the set. And in one scene, at least, with Alec Baldwin holding the firearm, the gun was presented to him, told it was announced as a cold gun, meaning there was nothing in it that could go boom or bang or shoot anything. And while it was being handled, it did discharge, and it shot and killed Helena Hutchins, and it also shot Joel Souza. Joel Souza recovered. He was shot in the shoulder, clean through almost. The bullet was like almost coming out the back of his shoulder. So it went through and stopped at the end. It's a very powerful round, the Colt 45. Anyway, so in Hannah's testimony, which we heard yesterday, I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit. This was an interview. This was her second interview performed a week or two after, maybe even 3 weeks after the shooting. Her lawyer, who was there in court today, was with her at this interview, and she's still describing this as a dummy round that was a bad dummy round. Basically, it had powder. That's how she's describing it. So, not fessing up to anything at this point. I don't think she ever will. Lady in Gray just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Lady in Gray. That is super generous of you. Okay, so day one, we heard police officers. We had body cam footage from the scene. We saw it was chaotic, lots of things going on. It was a little crazy. As the officers were slowly gathering information and fixing things, they did a lot of things wrong, mostly in failing to isolate witnesses and sort of protect their version of the events. Hannah was sort of isolated fairly early on. The gun cart or the armorer's cart was isolated and brought over pretty well. Some mistakes were made all along the way, but it's not too bad. It's not bad enough that the evidence would not stand up in court. I think they've been able to authenticate everything and articulate the chain of custody well enough that they're there. All right, we have that on day one. That was pretty fun. We had a lot of ammunition testimony, and for those that are not into guns, it was incredibly boring during that time. Lots of pictures that look exactly the same. We had a few people from the set. We've got or a few officers that were on the scene. One that jammed the Henry rifle, which we saw yesterday, with the wrong round of ammunition. We had a cameraman who was filming behind the scenes, who took some video footage. We expect to see more of that video footage here in the coming days, because he had 126 videos he turned over to the prosecution. We had some FBI people. We had Jason Hawks, who analyzed the Cellbrite data from the phones. They're the ones that found the text messages which led to the charges for evidence tampering. That's not related to anything that happened on the arrest scene with the ammunition or the guns. It's related to a little baggie of snow, of nose powder, that the prosecution says Hannah gave to a friend to sort of hide for a while.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Catherine Walters Bow, she was over the day-to-day operations. She talked about how the camera crew quit the night before and why they were upset, and that included some safety things with some props going off when they shouldn't have. We heard a lot about Sarah Zachary. Have not heard from her on the stand yet, but Sarah Zachary worked probably the closest with Hannah, because Sarah was over props. Sarah was Hannah's boss over props, but Hannah was over armor, and Sarah helped with that. So it was like they had this weird relationship that way as far as that goes. We've heard
the apocalypse may be upon us.
Maybe. We heard from Bryce Seigler, who's a firearms examiner, who tested all the guns and ammo, x-rayed everything, basically gave us the final answer on what was a live round, what is a dummy round, and which one was which. That helped. Shannon Prince was up there. Prince, just like the name, she does fingerprints. Only got fingerprints off the boxes themselves. And we did find that there was a mistake made there where one of the boxes of ammunition was sent to their tester team before it was sent to fingerprinting, so it was covered in tester fingerprints when they tested it. That's not a good look. Robert Gillette, the FBI explosives analyst, he tested the gunpowder, and that's why we have the little donuts and the donut holes and which one is which. We heard about more of that yesterday with the expert. Let's see, we had Geraldine Conway. She was expert forensic serology and DNA analyst. Not a lot from her. I didn't hear a ton. Basically, it's not a whodunit, right? They're not saying, is Hannah's DNA on the gun? It should be. Of course it should be. So there wasn't a lot to do there. Rose Adiego was a dolly grip. He moves the cameras around. Or Ross, I called him Rose. My apologies, Ross. This was a spicy one. We saw a lot of finger pointing from him and frustration at a lot of different things, the production at Alec Baldwin, Hannah, and it was revealed, especially on cross-examination, that Ross has a lawsuit pending that would, he has a financial interest in the outcome here, and a win here could help his case. So that was brought out. It was very spicy. It was fun. It was interesting to hear that. He was also there in the room when the firearm went off, so he has some firsthand knowledge about the whole thing. Day 4, we had Heather Gerald again. She was a chief medical this was yesterday, chief medical investigator. She performed an autopsy. Man, she's done a ton of them, like 3,500 autopsies, right? And she had some great lines. My personal favorite. I mean, I know she had one where she's like, "How much detail do you want?" when we talk about what I do inside the body, which was funny. My personal favorite was when she said, "I have a very skewed view of the lethality of gunshot wounds." I love that. I want that framed. Maybe I should put that on a shirt. That almost sounds shirt worthy. I have a very skewed view of the lethality of gunshot wounds. Let me know if that's something that you guys would find interesting. After her, we had Stephen Orr, who's a gun expert. He unjammed the rifle. Good job, Stephen. Thank you. We went on then to Byron French, who was the FBI computer forensics guy. He did the text message extraction. And we got to read some text messages. And once again, we got to see the name of Hannah's phone, which we will not talk about today. Then we had Lucian Haig. We had Lucian and his son. I know Mike did not appear, but he was there with us in spirit and in voice, and we saw his hands, and we know that most of the work was done by Mike. So hopefully Mike gets a portion of that $350 an hour that Lucian Haig charges for his expert firearm service, because he is an expert. He's a criminalist. Reconstructive services. He was an expert in it would be funny if it was 18, but 1963. Okay, was probably the first time he could have the qualifications to testify in court on something like this, with everything he learned about chemistry and physics from Berkeley back then. But he testified that live rounds from Rust on set were hand loaded based on the powder type. Very interesting. Basically, the picture they're painting, the prosecution's painting, is that Hannah loaded these rounds, that she made her own rounds and loaded them. She has the equipment, and they somehow got mixed in. Then we had Corporal Alexandra Hancock. We called her Alexander because we thought that's what they said, but it's Alexandra. She is a detective, or was a detective. Now she's a corporal, which is a little confusing. She's with the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. She interviewed Hannah, and we've been going through those interviews at the police station. They're quite interesting. The first one, obviously, Hannah was basically pulled straight from the set the day of. She has a yellow-blue hair, yellow-green. I'm not sure which one it was. The camera might have adjusted that. But she's got very colorful hair, sort of like I'll get in trouble if I say this, but her appearance there sort of looked a little frumpy. And I realized she was very down emotionally. But her appearance there was sort of different than what we saw her, very different from what we saw her on the second video, where she had changed her appearance as far as her hair went significantly. Still the same sort of laid back attitude. I mean, we've got this thing. Right?
I understand.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
She's in the police station being interrogated in an interrogation room, and she's kicked back, almost got her foot up on the table. And this is just days after the shooting went down, and it's an interesting look, and it's almost like she doesn't think that she is responsible for anything that happened. That's the feel I got from that she was just, yeah, whatever, we'll talk about it,
How does he?
It happened. It was a dummy round. Nothing I could do. That's the feel I got, the overall feel, even though that's not necessarily the words that she said. So we're still, I believe we still have the detective, Alexandra Hancock, on the stand right now as we start day 5. And I think we're continuing still with Hannah's interview. We might have about an hour left. We still have not come to the point where she's describing the events of the day of the shooting. So that's going to be very interesting to see how her recounting of that story develops in this interrogation, which I think they're doing a great job of. Did sort of have a weird moment at the end of yesterday where the interviewer, Alexandra, sort of had like a buddy moment. She's like, "Oh, I used to wrangle horses too," and it was like we were like an hour and a half into an interview, and suddenly she's like, "Oh, we're friends, we're besties. Oh my goodness, I worked on this movie. Do you remember this?" It's like maybe it's rapport building, and I realized that could be what it was, and it's really cool if they have that connection. But it just seemed like a strange connection to have the police officers like, "Oh, I also work in the movies." Usually you don't have that crossover, so we'll watch for that again. We'll see if that rapport building helps in how she is able to extract information from Hannah. So today I know we have Beth Smith, we have Seth Kenny, we might have David Hall if we're ahead of schedule. Otherwise, he's scheduled for tomorrow on Thursday. But that's what we've got. I have the list that was sent to me, the mods. Thank you very much for the list of all the witnesses, or the potential witnesses. The potential witnesses are disclosed and shared with the other side. But oftentimes, nearly always in court, unless it's a very small case, decisions are made even at game time to skip a witness or take them out of order, or maybe not bring them at all. It's rare to add a witness, but that you sort of have to give notice on that side, but unless you have good reason. Let's see. We have a couple super chats I have to address really quickly. Let's see. Christiane. Yeah, I got my courthouse back. Thank you. Keeping me entertained while I'm at work, says Kelly. Thank you very much. We have Nosy Rosie says, Rev B in the house. Reverend Beasy, thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. My thoughts and prayers for your rapid recovery. Thank you for your rooster in the thumbnail. Can we see the update? I'll show you the update here in just a minute if I can find it. It's not there. I put it on the wrong window. Let's see, it's going to be on camera 7. Okay, here we go. This is the update. If you want to take a quick peek, and I'll take the super chat down so you can see it. We have the latest editions. I won't go over everything here because we do have
them send someone with more
stuff to do, people to talk to. Let's see. We moved the Spanish flag right to the top of the church. Hope the church doesn't mind that. It's the Church of Spain now, apparently. We added a broken hammer right there on the roof as well. We added the rooster, which he looks like he's ready to crow. We've got makeshift church. We've added a little bit of Starbucks right down here in the bottom, a little Starbucks cup, because the judge finally allowed coffee in the courtroom. And it's for twofer reasons. It's a twofer. The first is that people are sleepy. And I think a couple of the jurors may have been contemplating things while looking at the back of their eyelids. And I don't know. If it were me, I would have snored a little bit, a wee bit. There would have been a break called unscheduled. But the coffee is allowed now. It's allowed not just for the jurors. The judge has a cup as well. Media is allowed to bring it, but no one's allowed to spill because it stains the carpet or the rug, as the judge said. And so that would not be good. Anything else we added? Let's see. We've got, obviously, we have the gorilla holding the Rust Mart sign because Walmart did enter the chat. We've got a little cat here looking at the sign. It's being held firmly by the gorilla. I don't think anything else was new. Nothing, not a lot added yesterday. Not a lot, which is cool. We've got time left in court and some space left. Okay. Next thing we have, Nighthawk Studios says, do you think that all the blame being pointed at the other armory with the father and Hannah might be an attempt to tank an industry competitor? Nighthawk Studios, I don't think so, because they have such a solid alibi. And you're talking about the Yellowstone set, right? Which Hannah's dad was on, if I understand this correctly, and PDQ was on, and live ammunition was used, not on the set, but at a range. Yeah, this is my understanding. It was not live ammunition on the set, but the actors were taken to a range where they fired real guns with real live rounds, so they could get a feel for how they work. And it helps them with the acting as far as holding a gun, because the one big difference between firing a blank round and firing a live round is the kick. The kick is caused by the firearm trying to project or propel a bullet from moving it from holding almost perfectly still to going 1,800, 2,200 feet per second in a moment. And when equal and opposite actions, the force is applied back to the gun as well, and so that gun it comes as a kick. There's not as much kick at all with a blank, because it's just firing air. It's just gases that are moving, and it's a little bit easier. So heavier guns with larger bullets kick more. So that it makes sense that those actors would have experience shooting that. And to my knowledge, those live rounds were never on set. The leftover live rounds were shipped back to PDQ. The leftover and those live rounds did not make it back to Rust. Our understanding is the wad cutter, sort of that the bullet was sort of like notched bullet. It has a little step in it where the live rounds that were on Hannah's set were more rounded with the flat top. So a different type of ammunition altogether. Let's see if there's anything else. I think that covered the chats there. All right, 45 long Colt bucks. Yes, they were about $1 each. If you looked at the price tag, the last witness. And Rob, good morning. Great to see you, my friend. The price tag on the ammunition that the expert witness, the firearm witness that testified, Mr. Haig, Lucian Haig, showed they're about $44.95 or something for a box of 50, which if you do the math is about $1 each. And that was, back then. Sometimes they keep going up. So shooting is not a cheap thing to do. A lot of times, people who shoot higher caliber guns. This is neither here nor there. I wanted to go into target ammunition and live carry ammunition, and we don't need to go that because it doesn't apply here. Anyway, so I forget I said anything about that. Let's see anything else about I think that's a catch up. Did I miss anything that we need to cover? Rob, I used your pen yesterday to sign very important documents for insurance. For a gig, for a video gig where I have to take all my equipment. They need me to have like $1 million of insurance in case, I don't know, if somebody trips on my cord, they're covered apparently. So don't do that. I don't want you to come out and make your $1 million off of insurance. But anyway, insurance is now done. The pen works very well for that. Thank you very much. A good pen is important. I love it. I carry it around in my suit coat pocket. I don't leave it on the stand. I've found Rob's advice to me was that I had to use it. It was not just for show, and I like it a lot. How is Bowles planning to recover credibility after these interviews? Rob, after yesterday, I can't figure out why she didn't plead guilty. I mean, I'm struggling. The evidence seems to just be mounting, and they're not done. It seems over and over, whether it's from her own admission. I mean, she so far has been the prosecution's star witness, as Ian said yesterday. Hannah was who I'm talking about. She's practically admitted everything on the interviews to the police. She talked and she talked and she talked, and none of it helped her. Even when she was talking about the safety training yesterday, she's asked a question about safety, and she's talking about, we taught him how to draw the gun really fast and look cool. I'm like, no, that's not safety. It made her look like she doesn't know what she was doing, and I think you've got negligence there.
Call from Bree.
Good morning, Bree, our favorite court watcher. How are you doing?
Good morning. I need all the chat to have happy thoughts that today goes well at work, because my plan is Thursday and Friday in the courtroom.
Excellent. I cannot wait. It's
unless anything goes nuts.
You're going to miss some good stuff today. We've got Seth Kinney.
Well, I'm going to watch it, but I wonder if we get to Seth, though, because she's still interrogating the corporal, and we still have an hour at least of that video, and then we still have to cross-section the corporal, and then we have to go back to redirect. So if we get to Seth by the end of the day, I don't know if we'll get a whole lot into him, so that's what I'm hoping, at least. I'm hoping by the time I get there tomorrow, we get the other ones, because we also have Joel Souza that got shot too. He's on the witness list also. So hopefully, maybe I get the good ones. Hopefully, Thursday,
I wonder
Friday
if he's joined the cameraman in a lawsuit, a civil suit. You think if anyone who's got grounds, it's probably him. So
here's my question that I have as a corporate recruiter, right? I have to go when people get hired. I have to give them the job description. Let me speak this morning. And my question is, they said, an armor has these specific duties. They have to do this. They have to do that. They have to check every bullet. Do they have something like that maybe in a contract that they can? To me, it just feels like this case could all be done. Like, here's your contract. Your contract says you must check every bullet. You said you haven't. We know you didn't. Case closed.
I'm not sure if it's contract. I'm flabbergasted that Hannah, when asked if there were what qualifications she had, she's like, well, pretty much I've always liked the movies, and one day I want to direct a movie, and my dad's done this, and I've been on movies when he's done that. So pretty much I think I'm qualified. If she was trying to get certified as an expert armorer in court, it would not fly. She has
100%.
no knowledge of any certification required, of any trainings required, of any guild memberships, or that some sort of governing body that would look at her and say, yes, you are one of us now. We will accept you as part of this. You can't sell insurance. Okay, you cannot sell insurance without these levels of licensure, and that's just taking people's money, and it floors me that she went in there's like, no, pretty much it's just who you know. My dad got me the job, and here I am.
Here's my other thing that bothers me: the defense berated that first officer that arrived on scene. Well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you separate the witnesses? Granted, there were 3 of them, but he kept saying, hey, I was, newer now that I've been trained. I've had more training. Yes, I know these things. But he basically called this officer out for not knowing what he was supposed to be doing. But yet, then in the same breath, he says, but she was 24, and she didn't know, and she was overworked. But that's okay for her, but not okay for an officer who both are basically in charge of somebody's life, because if she doesn't do her job correctly, obviously somebody can die. And so to me, it's like, how can you have that in the same breath?
Here's what I'm a little off track here from what you just said, but what I've been convinced of as I listen to this is that the set of the Rust was sort of a toxic environment. We have a lot of people with a lot of egos, jockeying for position. There's some big names, and everyone wants to be associated with the big names. And these are people. This is a low budget film, so people are trying to break in. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of everyone's trying to push and shove and step on the other person to get higher. That's what it felt like to me as I hear this. Yes, it was toxic. Yes, it probably contributed to her making a bad decision and not doing the checks that she should have done. No matter what, it doesn't get me away from her responsibility. She had one
100%
job as armor. I realized she had 2 jobs, but she had one job as armor, and that was to ensure the safety and the function, the capability of the firearms.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. And no matter what else happened that was wrong or was bad or that treated her poorly, I can't get away from that fact. And I don't know how the jury would find anything other than guilty in this case because of that. I think my wife's making bread. Do you hear the wheat grinder going? She makes bread when she grinds wheat. Sorry, squirrel moment. I'm excited. That means fresh bread for lunch.
I'm the same way. I don't think there's any way to get away from this on her, especially if there's, I just wish they could pinpoint something in paper that says this is what her responsibility was. Not that they have to, but that's black and white. I mean, there's just no way if I was a juror and they hand that to me and say this is what she's supposed to do and we can prove she didn't do it, I don't even know why we have 2 weeks of trial. Yeah.
It's Rob was pointing out here when you talk about Seth Kennedy, saying why even call him after yesterday. The testimony was so clear, because all we need to know from this is where the bullets came from, where the live bullets came from. That was the question we're trying to have answered. And after yesterday's testimony, it is clear that the live rounds, which are the ones that went to Yellowstone, went back to PDQ, and then possibly went to Rust, didn't go to Rust. They were different bullets. The shape of the bullets is different. We know they were different. And so Seth's out. What? Oops, we just lost Bree. But I just don't know. I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to have him testify because, the guns did come from him. And I'd like to hear a little bit from his side about the gun that jammed, or, Hannah said that she had trouble loading that last round, which in theory may have been the live round in the firearm, because it was dirty. Good morning, Jules. How are you doing this morning?
Good, thanks, Scott. How are you?
It is a fabulous day to be alive. About 45 minutes from court start. I mean, what more could we want?
Exactly. I have, yesterday that the interrogation interview, I was cringing the entire time. Her lackadaisical attitude was just beyond me. I just couldn't get over that.
It was more than just laid back, and she was very much. A couple of weeks ago, someone had died because of something that she was responsible for, okay? And she's like, just almost flippant. in a way. And
Yeah.
but it was more than that. It was her lack of understanding, even like the basic questions, the terminology of, I mean, how many times she messed up blanks and live rounds and dummy rounds, and part of that could be the pressure of the being interrogated. I've been there. It's intense to have cops in your face yelling and challenging your story and everything like that. But still, it's just she just,
it was horrible.
Exuded inexperience.
She didn't do herself any favor. Her lawyer certainly didn't do her any favors. And I do have a legal question, and I know Rob's in the chat. Alec Baldwin's name has been thrown around. I don't know, what are we up to, like 160 plus
164
maybe on that?
164 is what I'm up to right now.
And she said his name several times during this interrogation. My question is whether she's found guilty or not in this trial. His is coming up in July. Can she be called as a witness against Alec Baldwin?
I don't think it would be very effective. I don't know. I don't know. I know Alec's not going to be called in this trial because he's going to plead the fifth if he gets put on the stand, because he has a trial coming up for himself that starts in July.
Right.
If she's convicted or not, either way, if she's not convicted, I mean, if she's found not guilty, she can't be tried again. Double jeopardy applies, and because the jury has found her not guilty, so they can't charge her again for the same crime. So there would not be any, she would be able to admit fault there. But I don't know what their incentive is, and I'm not sure why the prosecution would want to go that route. I think they can prove the case so much better without muddling it with her in there. I don't know.
Well, the reason why I'm asking this particular question is in yesterday's interview, she made the statement about, Alec was too busy on his phone all the time. She made a couple of statements regarding him, so I'm wondering if that would come into play once he goes on trial. And I see what Rob is saying about, Baldwin's narrative that he didn't pull the trigger.
that one story that I never pulled the trigger is completely destroyed. They literally, the test they did, there is no way that story could be accurate. The one test I wanted them to do, which they did not do, which I never saw, which I wanted to see, and one point of concern that I have is the wear on that third notch. It was wear. It was not broken. It had been worn down like over time. So imagine if every time you unplug your vacuum, if you just grab the cord about 10 feet away from the wall and you just yank, okay? It's gonna wear down the plug. It's gonna start bending and things like that. It was not as if it just suddenly sheared off at that point. It was repeated misuse that caused wear. So it's possible that wear, in my mind, even after all that tests, that wear in part existed before their hammer tests began. Because it doesn't make sense to me to have that worn down and the other side broken. Usually you have the weakest point gives, and that's it. You don't have the wear occur on both sides of a point of friction like that, breakage and wear down. Anyway, I wanted to see them. I wanted to see them cock the gun.
Rob
and
just answered my question.
Yeah.
Rob just answered my question. She can be called as a witness against him, but he doesn't think they will. Yeah,
and if she and Kurt was saying earlier that if she is found guilty, then she's going to be appealing, and the Fifth Amendment still, her right still applies.
I didn't think of that. So. Okay, great. Well, everybody have a great day. I cannot wait to. I just want to get through the interview tapes and let's get to some live witnesses again. I hate these.
Here's what I'll say. At least they tried in this interview room. They put up sound foam on the walls. They put it up wrong, but they put up sound foam on the walls. So at least there's carpet on the ground, so we don't have the chairs making noise. There's sound foam on the walls, so we don't have as bad as reverberation. I still have to do a top end and a low end, high pass and a low pass filter on it and adjust it a little. But But at least it's a little bit better than some of the other courtrooms. Remember, what was it? The Texas Border Patrol guy. Those interviews. That was my ears are still bleeding from those. So anyway, thank you, Jules. Great to talk to you as always.
Thank you, Scott. And a shout out to Rob. Check your phone. I got my mail today.
Awesome.
And you check your phone. I sent you a picture.
Okay, I do that. I check it every Friday. Okay, so thanks, Jules. We'll see you.
Hey, have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Rob was saying, how about the methodical, logical, expert destruction of Baldwin's narrative that he didn't pull the trigger? This was funny because the evidence that they were bringing in from, and this is when they did the half cock and the full cock and used the hammer and everything else and took the gun apart. All that evidence, it basically had nothing to do with Hannah's case. Zero. This was just a shot over the bow for Alec Baldwin. Just like, heads up, we're coming. And this is what we've got. And it means nothing. It means nothing to Hannah. Okay, it really doesn't. Hannah's issue is that there was live rounds on the set and they made it in the gun and she put them there. That's her issue. At that point, whether or not who pulled the trigger or anything else, I think that alone is enough to convict her. Even if the gun was faulty, I think that would also fall on her as well because she has some responsibility to maintain the gun. But it destroyed Alec Baldwin's story. And just to the chef's kiss on the top was the video of him doing his boop, the boop moment with his eyes open, what they call his name. And as he draws the gun and he's got his finger on the trigger every time. Oh man.
Call from
Mattis, it is great to connect with you every morning. How are you doing this morning?
It is a very beautiful, sunny afternoon in Germany. So I hope your East Coast morning is equally warm and delightful.
Send some of that my way, and we'll all be happy.
Yeah, I heard the sun actually comes from the east to the west. So,
so
maybe
when you're done with it, send it down the road. What's on your mind this morning?
So I think I think given the evidence that I've seen now from the state, I'm actually now very strongly leaning not guilty. And this is going to be a bit confusing.
Hang on.
But
so now that you've heard this from the state, you're saying not guilty on Hannah?
Yeah, because I hadn't seen it in this perspective before. But basically, ultimately, it's about the crime that's being charged. We have here we went over this in the Crumley trial. What is Michigan law? And now we are dealing with New Mexico law. Yeah. And in Michigan, there was a possibility to consider negligent homicide as a crime that gives you up to 2 years prison sentence, and the much more serious involuntary manslaughter can give you 15 years. Under New Mexico law, the involuntary manslaughter only goes up to 18 months, at least under this specific set of circumstances. But they are still in a very much basically the same crime. And we have to ask, what kind of crime is this? So we're dealing with a lack of safety precautions. We can call this, and I like to phrase crimes in what do people do? Well, carelessness is when you don't perform actions that ensure safety. You have to ask why. You could, for example, do intentional acts, and you would get into sabotage. You could just be lazy or stupid and sloppy, or you can say you're half-assing it, and maybe you don't care. And the crime that the state is charging here is one, if you look at the jury instructions, is one of willful disregard for the safety of others. And to get there, you actually have to understand that what you're doing is unsafe, and you then have to, with that understanding, you have to make a willful decision to disregard the potential harm that your actions bring on people. And if Hannah is too stupid to see it, she's not guilty. She's only negligent. She's not criminally negligent because she's not reckless. She's just stupid. That's a valid defense. And maybe that got her attorney kicked off the team.
Here's the problem.
That's
the problem I see with that. we have evidence, at least from the defense, that we're going to hear that Hannah wrote an email saying, hey, I need more time to do my job, because if I'm not given enough time, it won't be safe. So there's acknowledgement, there's mentally, there's a point where she says, hey, I have to do X, Y, and Z, these protocols. If I don't, danger. And she did.
Yes, there was in the police interviews with Alec Baldwin and what's the first assistant director's name? David Matz. I'm blanking on his name. But the other guy, the guy that led no contest.
David Hall.
David Hall, yes. He was basically saying, "Oh, Hannah was diligently performing these checks," and Alec was also, he was praising her. He was in the beginning of his police interview, he was saying up and down, "Oh, she did the safety features." But basically, what it boils down to is what. Let's see. We had recently testimony about. Well, what was the safety check they performed? They opened like the
door, the side door, spun the cylinder with the hammer in the half-cock position, so it turns.
Yeah, and then she did perform some safety checks, but apparently she did. The idea is that one of the live rounds, she only performed a sloppy check, and to me, when you say that she didn't do the most diligent thing, she was clearly in the mindset of she does safety checks, but she didn't do the one that she needed to do to find a live round that she didn't anticipate being there. To me, that doesn't get you to recklessness. So don't have to manipulate. She's just sloppy, and that's not reckless.
I hear what you're saying, Mattis, but when I listen to her voice, and she in the interview, and she says, what I use are the dummy rounds that have the hole instead of the primer, and that's what I use, and she didn't. Instead, she loaded it all with dummy rounds that have primers. It sounded like she was trying to describe her job. She knew what she should have done, and she was trying to say, this is what I did, and that's what I normally do, and then instead she went with the less safe option. Okay, the bullets that looked really real. I think she knows it. You've got her. Look at her attitude immediately after this happened. She's saying all the bad words. She's like, it's on me. I'm my bad, right? She's saying I screwed this up. This was my fault. She knows what she should have done. I think she has enough competence and knowledge about what she should have done to realize that she's owning it.
I see that. But I think there's a difference between when you apply hindsight, coming to an understanding of the safety protocols you should have applied to that would have given you the protection, because it seems you can always do Monday morning quarterbacking. In hindsight, you always know what you could have done. You always feel bad that something happened because you didn't do it. What you would have to establish is when she handled the gun, she was being reckless. At that point, she needed to say, I don't care if this is dangerous. I'm only doing the sloppy check. And to me, I don't think you can get there, because to me, it just seems like she was careless. Yes, she realized that she was careless later on. She feels bad that she didn't do the more diligent safety feature. But to me, this is just a negligent homicide and not an involuntary manslaughter. So it's a technical distinction, but in the crime that's being charged, I think she's not guilty here.
Huh? What's the New Mexico penalty for negligent homicide?
I don't even know. If they have 18 months for involuntary manslaughter, maybe the statute just isn't really that interested. Maybe it's something much lower. I don't know. I would have to look that up.
It's the same. Negligent homicide, it's virtually identical. Involuntary manslaughter, negligent homicide, 18 months in prison.
Yeah, they are basically identical, because the difference is basically only the reckless state of mind.
I have to say, I do disagree with you on this one. I respect you a ton, because you're smarter than I am in every way, Mattis. But I acknowledge that publicly.
There's evidence that shows recklessness, but if we are arguing that you may make comments like, oh, she doesn't seem to have a clue about safety. then that is evidence against recklessness, because she would need to understand at the time that it was unsafe, not just with the benefit of hindsight, realizing, oh shit, I did that, I did this, I should have done all that.
Okay, but that hindsight, that's what I want to talk about just a little bit, okay? Because you talk about Monday morning quarterbacking. A lot of times we'll sit down and reanalyze the game from over the weekend, right? And say like, look, the quarterback was back here. He had an open man down there. Yeah, and we're not seeing what he saw. We don't know his pressure or what he was hearing at the time as people are coming behind him and things like that. And we can say, oh, in this situation, from a top-down view, from the 500-foot view, I can see where you should have gone. But it wasn't that. It wasn't somebody analyzing her decisions and remapping her day and saying this is where you made your mistake. She knew in the very moment that it was on her. This wasn't anyone else telling her, hey, let me analyze this. She's like, I screwed up. This is on me. That's why I think that she knew enough, because she'd been around her, Mr. Reed long enough. Dad Kula, I think it was, long enough. She knew what should have happened. Mm-hmm. She knew what responsibility was on her shoulders, and she knew she didn't do it. And I think that gets you a conviction on this one. But Mattis, thank you as always. Please don't take our disagreement as any sign that I don't want you to keep calling, because I do. I appreciate your insights as always.
I mean, there's still evidence to come. I might flip flop a couple of times, and depending on closing arguments and details and specific testimony, I'm still very open. But right now, I'm leaning that her state of mind is wrong for this crime. And
I agree. I wonder if there's testimony that there might be a reason why her state of mind was different.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Mattis, thank you so much. Always good to talk to you from Germany. Send some sun my way, all right?
Yeah, it's definitely coming. It's apparently moving very quickly.
All right, thank you so much. We'll see you. Bye.
All right, take care. Bye.
I love hearing from Mattis. He's a thinker. Love him. Let's see. I think Mattis is confusing subject intent versus knowing the risk and engaging voluntary action in disregard to that risk. Action is intent. This takes us right into Sarah Boone. This argument, Rob, action is intent. That first step that Sarah Boone took going upstairs, that was intent. That was intent. That was enough. Oh, I think we got Denmark. Angela. Hello, Angela. We're just checking off all the countries on the call in this morning. How are you doing?
I am doing good. How are you?
Doing great.
I just sent you an email that I think you should look up regarding the international calls, but that is not why I'm calling you.
Okay.
So what sealed the deal for me yesterday, actually, I had to go back this morning and watch it because I missed quite a bit. But I came exactly at the right time when she was talking about the safety and how little safety training she did with everyone. That's actually what made me think that she is guilty, because I work in a place where safety is number one. We have like 300 employees that work there like year-round, and then we have around 1,000 people that are there about 2 weeks on the average, and all of us needs to do safety training and safety tests, no matter if we are there for 1 day or 365 days a year. Right. And that is, and because we work with the X-rays and radiation and stuff like that mainly, but that is as dangerous as firearms. And I think that's one huge mistake, both on her part and on the part of the production, because they know how important it is.
The safety should be there, and that's the thing. So many people on the set said this set was different because there weren't safety meetings.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason where she knows that she messed up. When she tells the investigator, "Did you ever do any safety meetings?" She's like, "Yeah, I did. Yep, David Hall. We tied at the hip. We did a safety meeting at the beginning." They're like, "How'd that go?" Well, David Hall did the safety meeting. Then he turned to me and said, "Hey, do you have anything to add from the armors?" And she's like, "No, we're good. We're good." That was it. There was nothing. I've been a safety coordinator. in a shop before, where we're working with machinery and overhead cranes and people get crushed. Literally, people die from things that happen, and it's safety is so serious. Is so serious, and I think she knows that. She's familiar with firearms. Anyone who is familiar with firearms, enough to reload your own ammunition, understands safety just a little bit, or should, or they're just incredibly lucky. And I think she had that there, and just made poor decisions. I think she's guilty. I don't know. I realize.
You know what's bugging?
What?
That during the interview, I was watching on my phone because I could rewatched it this morning on my phone, so I could zoom in better on her. She was so calm, talking about how there was one safety briefing, or we did we did have meetings about it during the day, and it was like she was like talking like it's nothing. She was so calm during that whole interview. Like I was like, I would not be calm. I don't know if but I don't know, but that's too calm if you ask me. It's like she did not give a crap what happened,
And not only just
and
calm.
if I was on the jury, that would bother me.
She had a sense of arrogance about her as she was talking, as if she was an expert witness, as if she had done this. She was speaking almost from Mr. Reed's experience, as if that was hers. His experience was hers, that she was, that's the wealth that she was drawing from. And saying, what we usually do is this and that. There was no usual. This was the first time nearly for everything for her. Okay.
Like, I am. A lot of in her interviews bothered me and bugged me. But most important is how calm and how blunt she was. Her arrogance level is level 100 on a scale 1 to 10. She's 100. Like I don't understand. That alone for me, and no safety briefings. And no safety, going about safety with each and everyone who works, who did handle the weapons. Especially child. There was a child who had a weapon, and she did. I was like, how? It's like, I don't know. I think that she'll be guilty. If I was on the jury, I would be 100% guilty, and I would. I don't know. I have to disagree with the previous caller. And that is, stupidity is not an excuse for this. Being stupid, sometimes yes it is, but in this case, nope.
Hey, I have to take a call off the air. I've got to take a call. This is the gig I'm doing.
Okay,
I'm going to have to let you go.
Sorry for taking so much.
Thank you.
Sorry for taking so long.
No, you're good. We'll see you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. Hang on, guys.
Yeah,
I'll be
Bye-bye.
right back. Sorry, that was a convention center lining up all the access so I can get my equipment set up for the gig next month. Apologize for that. Sorry. Good music break. Did you guys get some stretching in there? Is this a side gig for the Chippendales, right? No. All right. I apologize for the little delay there. It was crucial to take that call. We have because I have reason to celebrate anything. I need a reason to celebrate anything. Thanks for giving me 2.1K of the best friends, Scott. You're appreciated. You all are. Megan, thank you so much. This is the best community. I love this community. I do feel like we're friends. I get to know you. And some of you even get to hear your voice when you call in, which is awesome because that's just cool. Danny Austin just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Danny, my friend as well. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We have just a few minutes, about 15 minutes before court should start. We should get a feed. Explain your gig again. I do audio video setup. So for the gig I'm doing, it's a convention, a weekend convention with a couple, I think like 2,000 people or something are going to be there. And so I'm running the audio video inside the convention room. So I've got my pan-tilt zoom cameras, a lot like a courtroom, but with more people. I've mic everything. I just found out I had a flute player. I've got to mic a flute player, and that's very different from miking like a soloist. But they've got some lady who's going to play some amazing number on the flute. And so we're going to do some tests tonight after the live stream. I'm going to go set up all my gear and test it out and then be back. So it's going to be a late night for me tonight. Anyway, I'm doing the video for that, all the audio mixing, driving the house sounds, the sound system and everything. And then I'm also putting out a live stream. Not sure if we're going to do it on YouTube or a Zoom webinar, but one of the two. We'll be live streaming that as well. But it's a private thing. I can't share it with you. Sorry. Contract. So I do things like this. Sometimes I'll do it for like city council meetings, like little tiny thing. And this is one of the bigger gigs. It pays pretty good. So, all right. For those asking, the song was Crixie by Volcath. Thank you, Phyla, for that. All right, Laura77 says, spending my birthday with the best YouTube chat. Laura, happy birthday, 11 months. It was wonderful. We just got courtroom video, but it's just the wall. We're not seeing anything other than that. So here in just a minute, we'll be bringing that to you as soon as we get that. Sounds turned on, so you're not going to miss a thing. If anything happens, we'll be there as soon as it goes live. 2,000 people, so it's exactly like one of your live streams. It's just like that, only I'm not on camera, which is better. But I'm taking everything except for this soundboard. Why is there a phone in here? Why would he have a phone in a studio? Okay. But I'm taking everything except for this soundboard. I'm taking a much bigger 8-channel analog, which has all the knobs and equalizers and auxiliary outputs. So I'm taking that instead, because this is fun for live streaming, but it can't handle what we're doing there, and the outputs are the wrong level of sound. We need line level outputs instead of loudspeaker outputs and all that. Anyway, it's a great gig. It's one actually I told them I would not do. I told them I'm not interested, zero interest in doing this, and they kept coming back to me over and over and saying, "Will you please do this? We know we like your work." And I said, first of all, my company, I've got most of the equipment, but I don't do the whole wireless mic thing with all that. And they said, what if we paid for all the equipment that you don't have that you'll need for this? What if we just bought you all that and then paid your cost on top of that? I said, well, okay. So I said yes. So they paid for all the thousands of dollars of equipment that I needed that I didn't have, and then they pay me on top of that. So it's a good deal. All right. Do you also get them to plug your live stream channel? No, I cannot cross the two, unfortunately. All right, we were talking about court. Sorry, we will we'll jump over to court now. That's what we're seeing from court right now. Not a ton of action, just some people coming into court. There's Miss Gutierrez. Hannah is coming into court. I think she wore that jacket previously, so we've seen that look before. Her hair's different. I'm not supposed to comment about looks, so don't do that. Please disregard everything I said. I will say that we have seen a lot of people in court that look far less presentable than Hannah has and her team. And even a lot of the witnesses have looked have dressed really appropriately for court. See the lady there on the back and in court has got a jacket over her lap. It is a cold, cold courtroom. That's one of the reasons why everyone seems to be bundled up. I mean, you got puffer jackets and everything else going on there. So let's bring in our counter. I'm a nerd when it comes to electronics. If you can't tell, the mods are going to time you out. I'm sorry. I'm a nerd when it comes to electronics, and so I love doing gigs like this. Some of the things for the city, I'll plug my channel on because I do it for free. But let's see. There we go. So we're just looking at the wall. Nothing to see here. All right. Can't comment about looks. It's a huge issue in this case. Paul, we try not to. Basically, somebody's looks. I realize the jury can use anything they want to believe or not believe somebody. They can get a vibe from somebody as they walk in the courtroom. And if they feel that they're not trustworthy, I mean, who's going to tell the jury they can't do that? They get to decide who is trustworthy and who isn't. But as far as us, we have found that that a lot of times, just because of the fact that that there are a lot of us here, and it's a high-profile case, a lot of times some of the viewers that are on the channel will be family members, will be a victim or a family member of a victim, or lawyers that are involved, or assistants to lawyers that are involved. And we found that it's just best to be respectful to everybody on the channel. So we try not to comment as much about the looks and try to keep it on the testimony as much as we can. And I failed on that one this morning, so I apologize for that. Let's see. Let's see what else. Do you get to keep all the electronics there? Yes, I do. That was the deal. So I got some sweet, two really nice Sennheiser wireless mics, one handheld and one like body pack. The body pack's what we used in the news industry. They're high end, and I can go like through buildings 800 feet away and still have a rock solid audio signal. So it's just really, really good. All the receivers are great. All the frequencies don't compete with each other. There's like 1,600 different options in case somebody has another microphone on the same frequency. It's all good. So lots of upcoming channel raffles. Not going to be giving that away. I think this is like a multi times a year gig. They do it like a couple times a year, and I think I'm going to do this on an ongoing basis. We got some new equipment. Yes, Nosy Rosie, we did. The gig's going to go great. Although I've had nightmares about it because I stress. They were just calling to say, how early do you want to be there? And it starts at, 10. Starts at 10. I'll be there at 6. So that's a lot of hours to get especially when we don't have any cables to run. It's all wireless. But I need to make sure no feedback issues. I'm scared to death of feedback issues. Anyway, we're prepped for court. They're supposed to start here in about 9 minutes. The judge has been late every single day as we got started. Part of that is because the jury is like housed in another county. I don't know. It seems like they're so far away that anytime the jury's dismissed and then invited back, it's like a 10-minute break and it's all walking time. New stage setup coming soon. In Through the Outdoor, we are, as a channel, we are acquiring the equipment we need to be the pool media camera for court cases so that we can go to court cases where other people are not. Because there are some cases out there that the media is not covering, which are big, which are interesting, and we're trying to get access into those. I just have a few more things to acquire. We're as we can, we're acquiring new pieces, so we'll have that set up, and we'll be able to do it the right way. Oh my goodness, Redford. This moment during yesterday's interview, when they're talking about ammunition and asking questions about ammo and dummies and blanks, and she's trying to explain, and she's like, well, let me show you. And she reaches in her pocket and just dumps a handful of Colt 45 rounds on the table. And I believe they were all dummies that she dumped on the table. But it's just, you must have thought that the investigators like, oh my goodness. It was crazy. Some early audio. Let's see what's happening here. It's just a hot mic, I think. Yeah, it was just a hot mic, just a test. We're not happening yet. Can you do a poll of who plans to watch the movie Rust? Let me see. Mathis, 100% agree. I think everybody here could pretty much agree, especially because a civil suit has such a lower bar. The threshold that needs to be met as far as responsibility that falls on the shoulders of the defendant. It's so easy to reach that threshold in a civil suit. That's why you can have a criminal case where you're found not guilty, but you still are found liable in a civil suit. It's just a lower bar to achieve. I'll watch it, says Baylor Rogue. I'll watch it. You know that you're going to be watching the movie and you're going to get to that scene, and here's what's going to happen. I promise you. You get to the scene and you've got what's his name? Rust. What's his Harlan Rust or something? Is that the character's name? Sitting in the church and he's looking down, and the guy says, "Harlan Rust," and you're going to go boop when he opens his eyes. You're going to do it. You're going to do the boop. Yep, the boop is going to happen, and it's going to ruin the movie for you. I mean, in that intense, because it's near the end. I think that scene you've got a wounded main character. Typically, that's towards the end of the movie. The boop is going to happen. I'll watch it, but I'm not going to pay for it, says Purple Haze. I want to watch it because of Jensen Ackles. They're going to say boop. All right. I'm excited for today. I'm excited for the testimony we're about to hear. I bet they cut the scene out. I don't think so. I bet they keep it. The church will still be featured. I mean, they'd have to rewrite they can do that. They'd have to rewrite the whole storyline. Mathis says, I forgot to say, the civil suit deserves a win. Thank you very much, Mathis, for that. AC's Wildflower, member for 3 months. Thank you, AC. Says, I'm really struggling as a mom and adult kid. My dad moving in with us while homeschooling those in chat would like to pray for others. I'd welcome it. AC's Wildflower, I'm sorry. Homeschooling is on its own is a full-time job, and with all the other pressures of a parent moving in and everything else, our hearts go out to you. Prayers for those who are able to do so. That would be appreciated as well. I think Jensen Ackles was removed and replaced Witz, another actor. Jensen did not return after the killing. Scheduling issues was claimed. Alec will not be testifying, at least in this trial. Interesting thought. I'm curious what you guys think, and maybe we'll do a poll here. We don't do many polls pre deliberation time, but I'm going to word this one carefully. Should the question is, should Hannah testify in her own defense? Interesting to see what you guys think on this one. So the poll is up right now. I heard Peter Tragos take on this, and he was like a 75% yes, as far as if she would. I'm not sure if I don't think his answer was should she, but if she would. But I'm asking, should she? Like, would it be beneficial to her case or detrimental to her case? Crime TV says the boop scene has been rewritten outside the church. There's still going to be a moment where he opens his eyes. I'm telling you, that boop is going to happen. It's in Alec's DNA. Why? Because he wrote it. He wrote it on the fly. He's like, okay, I want to be here. I'm going to have my head down really low, and I'm going to have my eyes closed. And then when they say my name, I'm going to be like, boop. What if he wrote it? It's in. Who's going to cut the scene that the guy in charge wrote? I think that there's no way that ends up on the cutting room floor. That's going to be like not only is it going to be in the movie, it's going to be in the trailer. It's going to be there. I'm calling it right now. Boop. I feel like a lot of other people should be charged with Hannah. Jody, I feel like there are a lot of other situations that contributed to the pressure that made the bad decision. But nobody else had the responsibility, that direct responsibility as far as making sure that their live ammunition was not in the gun. That fell solely on Hannah, and everyone else had the opportunity to check. That existed. Possibly Hall, but I don't even fault Alec Baldwin for the live ammunition in the gun. I do fault him for pointing at somebody and pulling the trigger. I think that's enough that he will get convicted on that as well. I think, especially because his story deviates so far from the facts that we have found out about the gun. In my opinion. Let us know the number of the poll. Let's go ahead and close the poll out here. It's just going to be a quick one. We have the question once again was, should Hannah testify in her own defense? And we have, it's about 2/3. We've got 63%, 64, 63, now 64 again. Now up to 63. Okay, so there we'll end it there. It ended up being 63 to 36, and always that 1% just gets lost in the cloud somewhere. So roughly 2/3 say no, she should not testify, and a third say yes, it would be helpful. Peter said she should testify before yesterday afternoon's testimony. I bet he has changed his mind. Well, yeah, if she's going to say the same thing she said during the police interview, I would say she definitely should not testify. But that police interview, it's already come out. We've heard it in her own voice, and not sure. What about Sarah? I'm not sure. Is she on the witness list? Let me check the list again one more time. Okay. Pull up the witness list. Okay, I'm going to look at it sideways here and see if I can read it. 10th Amended States Witness List for Trial. Rosa Diego, Lieutenant Tim Benavides, Detective Joel Cano, Brian Carpenter, Geraldine Conway, Robert Gillette, Detective Alexandra Hancock, she's on the stand right now, Heather Jarrell, Deputy Josh Lujan, Seth Kinney, Detective Nicholas LaFleur, Mamie Elizabeth Mitchell, Marissa Popple, we heard from her already, Reed Russell, Sherilyn Schaefer. I don't see her on the state's list. Maybe for defense. Is her dad on the witness list? It was Mr. Reed, right? I think he's on the defense witness list. Can't show you the list because it has everyone's address on there. We don't do that. I haven't seen the defense witness list. I haven't dug too far into this one. I've just been too engrossed in the testimony that's happened every day in court. I think it's going to start with, we're basically picking up right where we left off with the continuation of yesterday's interrogation of Hannah. So I hope she testifies. Cross will be popcorn. They're going to go off for sure if she testifies. It's going to be heated. It's going to be hot. They'll read the fastest draw. Yeah, I didn't see him on the list for the state, possibly for defense. Everything she did was dangerous. She was trying to prove herself, but she should have been terminated. She also made less than $8,000, while producers made over $100,000. The money thing, she had like 16 days, right? 16 days on set, 8 of them, or 17 days on set, 8 of them were for armor work. It's not terrible money for somebody who's brand new in the movie industry, especially it's a low budget film. The amount of work she was doing, it's not great, but it's your foot in the door. Let's see. In my opinion, it says she was trying just too hard to be the cool kid. The part that stuck out to me, where that really resonates, is where she was saying that she's like, "Oh, I can't believe it was Alec was the one with the gun when it happened. Oh man, it's so bad." And instead of being focused on the fact that somebody got shot and the injury and who got shot and how they were doing, she's like, "Oh crap!" And the star saw me screw up as well. That was the focus, which it sounded wrong when I heard it. Question 1, Cross, have you ever lied to the police? Done. Not knowingly, Mattis, not knowingly, or not that I recollect. There's going to be my answer. And then I've got a very, very foggy memory. Court is on break. It has not started yet. It's always a little bit late to start in the mornings. You're supposed to start just a few minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago, but usually starts late. Vicky says, I didn't take it that way. I think it was because she was scared of him, potentially more press. I do think she was scared of him, 100%. I think she was intimidated in his presence. I think he was that he's a demanding presence on set, and people he expects, and people do what he says. I think that all existed, that all is true. But I also think that none of that negates her responsibility enough that she would be, found anything less than guilty here. The prosecutor may break her glasses if she gets a chance to cross Hannah. Big Sky, I was thinking about this. The prosecutor and her glasses, we added glasses to the thumbnail. If you look at the thumbnail, we have glasses on the owl. I'm okay with these glasses. I think they're good ones. Let me zoom in here. Where's my mouse? There we go. We have a pair of glasses on the owl right there, because the prosecutor is the glasses. She uses the glasses as a prop, right? She's constantly using them, constantly moving them. As she makes a point, it reads and looks over them, puts them in her hair. I don't know what she would do without them, but I'm impressed. I am most impressed by the fact that she never reaches for the wrong place. She never reaches for where they're not. And sometimes people that have glasses and put them up on the top of the head and then they're not there. They'll sometimes reach for them and they're not there, or even reach for them when they're wearing them. We've seen this. We've seen it in the news. Obviously, politicians have been caught doing this a lot. But she's never made a mistake that I've seen. She's never done the phantom glass reach and missed. We haven't had any glasses whiffs. Those who have glasses know they've done it. They're like mine, emotional support glasses. I lose my glasses when they're on my face. Brian says, I do that. I'm impressed she doesn't lose them. Are you saying she think, Steven says, so are you saying you think she's guilty? If so, even before both sides have been able to present their cases? Steve, I am. I'm saying right now I lean that she is guilty. I realize that the defense has zero obligation to present anything. The entire burden rests upon the state to prove their case. And at this point, I don't have to wait until the state is all the way done to believe evidence. And the evidence that I've believed, that weighs most strongly in my opinion, in my decision making so far, is the evidence that I've heard that came from Hannah's mouth, in her own words. I'm keeping an open mind. I have the ability, and I'll say this. I believe strongly that I have the ability, if presented with other information that challenges my current belief, to change my opinion. I'm not set in stone, but I'm saying everything that I've seen so far leads to tell me that there is enough guilt here that she should clearly be found guilty. I normally don't let my opinion out until later, but. Husband wants me to get a chain for my glasses. I'm like, no, I'm 35. Not going to happen. My brother-in-law asked me if he'd seen his glasses. 2 pair on his head. now you're all going to watch for that. You're going to see if she does the phantom reach for the glasses. Runkle was beside himself last night. I was able to catch some of the show last night as it started. Great analysis. I really like Ian. Let's see. Before court actually gets going, could you please add an addendum to the safety briefing and remind everyone to carry their emotional support zebras? Reverend Beasy, it's good to have you back. I do have an emotional support zebra. It's over here. I have to. There it is. It's right here. It hangs from the boom on my microphone arm, so I have it with me. Oops, sorry about that. So if you got your emotional support zebra ready, do keep it nearby. What's up with the Alec Baldwin counter? Mustang guy, what we're doing, this case is a case that involves Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer. But the main defense we've seen from the defense team is finger pointing to other people on the set, whether it's Alec Baldwin or the production team or Sarah or the film crew. Basically, there's anyone else that could be responsible. I think at some point they've fingered to some degree. And so we're counting the number of times that Alec Baldwin's name is mentioned. And it's anytime they say Alec, so Alec Baldwin, Alexander Baldwin, or Alexander. So I think there are 5 different ways that the counter can go up. Now, sometimes they say Alec Baldwin and then he does not count, even though we know that when they say he, they're meaning Alec Baldwin. We're specifically counting the number of times his name occurs during court, and it can be either the prosecutor, defense, or the judge, a witness. It doesn't matter. If the juror says it, we'd count it there as well. I would ask that if you're following that and want to prompt me and remind me to up the counter, please make sure before you start typing, don't just say add 1. Tell me that the number should be 165, and realize that I am really fast, and sometimes I up the counter right as they are saying his name. So if you're not watching the screen when it happens, know that you might have missed it, and if you then try to add 1 to it, it would throw off the count. So I'm pretty good, is what I'm saying. I'm pretty much an expert when it comes to court counters. Let's see. Happy birthday, Laura. Thank you, Kevin, for wishing Laura a happy birthday. That is wonderful. Last Poet, a year and a month. Good times, Last Poet. It's been wonderful. Appreciate the 13 months of support. Would not be the same without you here. BG also says, good morning to the best channel of YouTube. Scott, you're truly a genuine guy and have the best mods in chat. Been lurking longer than 4 months. BG, I know. Welcome. Thank you so much. Any moment now, we should expect the court back. Let's see. Evie says, I removed the Gorilla Grip from my name. Will you show my message now? Evie, thank you. Thank you. It makes it easier to not have to explain it. That's all. Okay. And Melissa says, Weather Watch, that storm you were talking about the other day came through this morning and dropped the temp here from 70 to 47 in minutes. That is a cold front. Ooh. Dangerous. I was watching. There was tornado chasers and everything were out yesterday. Hope everyone stayed safe. So not to brag, but you're kind of a big thing. I'm kind of a big deal when it comes to counters. Court counters specifically. Joyce, I agree. I think Ian could be certified an expert in firearms. He's got that much experience and knows what he's talking about. And he charges more than the firearm expert charges here. So $350 an hour is what the firearm expert in this case was charging, which is very low for an expert. We've seen close to $1,000 an hour. I think there was $850 in one case. Was that in the Maya case? I forget, but some of them are really high. And then you've got people like Dr. Joe, who just does awesomeness for free. Braxton Heap says, good morning. I had yesterday off, but I am back. Braxton, good to have you here with us. Appreciate the super chat. Dallas-Fort Worth went from 90 to 40. Cast the sass. Oh, my goodness. Have you guys followed on the news the fire that's happening up in the Texas, I guess it's in Texas. It was up by the Panhandle region. that fire is just racing through. I hope everyone stays safe. And I know they're evacuating like nuclear plants and things. Not good. No bueno. Cobristic. Ian is more of an expert than Hannah. Ian could be an armorer. And there's Weather Watch with the I think I subliminally saw this message. Have you seen the massive wildfires here in Texas? Pantex was evacuated last night, but back in operation today. Pantex is the nuclear facility, I believe. Let's see. Red Pen says, speaking of counters, everyone be sure to go check the interest counter over on Top Mark. I can bring it to you guys. You don't have to leave. I can bring that in really briefly. This is our interest counter as it stands right now, with just over 210 million. So I guess we're a little over 1 day past the $2 million mark. If you do want to watch that, and you feel free to use that, by the way, if anyone wants to show that. I did put it up there as a live stream, and I'm giving everyone basically blanket permission if they want to show that. I'd rather you don't just restream it on another channel constantly, but if you want to include that in anything, if you're talking about the case or sharing that information or making a little highlight clip, you're welcome to do that. That's not a problem. My son grants you permission. He's the one who made it. Roni Thomas Cambery, welcome to the gallery. I hope I said your name right. Welcome. Please take a seat on your reserved seating, the front row, and help yourself to the emojis and enjoy no longer being in slow mode for chat. That's one of the best benefits. Mama of 3 says, Recovery Addict, today is National Rare Disease Day, and the zebra is the symbol. I am wearing my zebra striped sweater in honor of my precious granddaughter. Mama of 3, I did not know it was National Rare Disease Day. I've had a family member that had idiopathic thrombocytopenic purpura. Does that count? I think it's like a 1 in a million. It basically looks like a little petechiae on the skin. They don't know what causes it. It's not really bad, but let's see. How did your son do in the piano? I think there's like one more day where people can make submissions, and then there's some more voting, but he's still more than double the next highest vote getter. So thank you for all those who helped my son out in this piano competition. I feel it's sort of like I feel it's almost cheating. It's like when Rob shared his coworker's daughter's cookie, Girl Scout cookie link, and like sold out like 750 boxes in 10 minutes or something. It feels like that a little bit, but at the same time, it brings me joy. Coffee and Crime just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for your generosity this morning. Appreciate that. Slow mode is a racket, says Adam. I wish we could turn it off. I realize why it's important. Ivan Victor is here, says it was 54 yesterday at 3 p.m. By 9 p.m., below zero blizzard. Also, Bitcoin's over 60K, up 140% on the year. Don't tell the IRS. My accountant called me yesterday. This is the first time I've ever had an accountant do my taxes, okay? Because it started to get complicated. And mostly it's my calculator doesn't go that far into the negative. Is what I need somebody with an advanced calculator to see how much I owe. But the first time I've had an accountant do my taxes, she called me yesterday and said, I need to ask you, did you buy and sell any cryptocurrency? I'm like, maybe some. Apparently, that's not going to make her day. She's not happy about that, because I constantly am playing with pennies in cryptocurrency. I'm always on like Coinbase, and I'll do their free little, hey, if you learn about this cryptocurrency, we'll send you $5 of whatever the currency is. And so I'll do their little 5-minute quiz. They send me $5 of cryptocurrency, and I transfer it out of cryptocurrency. I sell it immediately. So I bought and sold, or was gifted and then sold cryptocurrency, usually for a loss. And then I'll take it and transfer it into something else, whether it's another cryptocurrency or a stock or something. And so my record, it's I kid you not, I think it's less than $100, but I play it like it's a game on the phone. Okay. And I'm constantly just losing money, but apparently every time you buy and sell, you have to report your gain or your loss. And now I probably have to pay like 3 times as much to have my taxes done, because I like to play this little cryptocurrency game on my phone. But Bad deal. Steve N says, I only seem to get sick on weekdays. I must have weekend immune system. Weekend immune system. I love it. Good joke there. Guess what? Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's the podcast. Tomorrow's our podcast. Join us on this channel. Just click the subscribe button, ring the bell. It's 8 p.m. Eastern time every Thursday. Thomas and I will be live. Just kick back, shooting the breeze, and talking about things that are not relevant mostly. But I'm doing it all with y'all. So, Kiki D, found your channel in an unexpected time, but it helped save my mental health. Thank you for this and this community. I appreciate y'all. Kiki D, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you found us, and I'm glad we found you, or whichever way it happened. Whatever fact pattern led us together. It's wonderful having you here. Thank you so much. I'm glad we can help in some way.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Zombie apocalypse. It's coming.
Taking it easy.
Let's see. Bianca Simmons, Ryan Hey Y'all YouTube channel is also a great weather channel. Stay safe. Ryan Hall Y'all is amazing. And the fact that he makes his living selling snow measuring rulers is incredible. I am jealous. I like Ryan Hall Y'all. When there's a big event like a hailstorm or tornado outbreak, I'll keep an eye on him as well. But I'm not watching to see if the tornado's coming to me. I'm watching to see how his camera crews on the ground are connecting, how things tie in, how many screens he can have up at once. It's the behind the scenes of his channel that I love. And he did a behind the scenes video, and I watch it like on repeat over and over. I absolutely love that stuff. I'm a nerd. And he does, I think he does a great education as well. He does a great job. Can we write off the loss as a gaming expense? I don't know if there's like a limit. I'm pretty sure like the IRS isn't going to care about me losing $100 buying and selling cryptocurrency very poorly. But I don't know what the limit is. So court is late again. We've got 10 minutes to the top of the hour. LAX flights that you're watching. I do. I watch the reason I watch LAX flights is if it's the right one. It's for the backdrop. They run 2 streams. They run their live stream that's like the main production. What you see is with the main cameras, and then they have a second camera that's just fixed and it shows them doing their setup. And I love the behind the scenes. They've got like what was it, like $7,000 worth of batteries alone for a live stream. It's nuts what they have to do to go live from the top of a hotel. LA Flights, it's Peter's channel. That's the one. Oh, BG. I've been struggling the last few days. I lost my summer home in Michigan to a devastating fire Sunday night. Oh, no. Positive vibes appreciated. I'm so sorry. We've got some devastating fires going on right now. I'm glad you're safe, but still, that is not a fun situation. All right. I found out after I went working for them that he crashed there driving it. The big dog, I think I missed your previous comment. I've also worked at a company and reported them to the proper authorities because they were burying a fuel spill. And I wouldn't call myself a tree hugger. Okay. I love the outdoors. I love the environment. I believe in protecting it. I believe in picking up your trash, not littering, not being destructive when you don't need to, but I'm not extreme on that front. Let's see. I think we're about to start here.
I'm not a camel.
I forgot what I was saying about that. I lost my train of thought. When a company was intentionally harming the environment, that's too far. They're literally trying to bury their own fuel spill so they don't get in trouble. Let's take a quick peek here. There's the judge's head. She's just coming in frame. Give us a minute. We're going to be live in just a second. We do have this on a delay in case something bad happens. There we go. Looks like everyone's standing. The jury's probably coming in right now. Hannah's looking over towards the jury box. I think she's on the phone, possibly texting.
All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. All right, you're still under oath. Okay.
Are we on the record?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
The judge is bundled up. She's got like a turtleneck on, just trying to stay warm. Probably 2 or 3 robes as well.
Past the bathrooms, and I was like, oh my God, it's going to hurt somebody. I love horses, but I don't like horses because of Westerns. Westerns have made me not like horses. Horses and guns just suck.
This is more of the...
Can I you a certified firearms instructor? I don't know. Okay. Have you ever taken like any courses or anything to become an instructor? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's required for this. Yeah, and it might not be, but more just, you know, your back.
And I'm sorry, Corporal. I myself couldn't hear what kind of an instructor you were asking her about. Can you summarize that?
Yeah, so I had asked her if she was a certified firearms instructor.
Okay, thank you.
Background and your interest in this kind of stuff. Yeah, no, mostly just trained with my dad. My dad like probably wouldn't send me to go train with someone else exactly, you know. Makes sense. Yeah, he is kind of the industry. So as far as the accidental discharges on set,
Can I just ask you?
Okay, so I think when...
Are we good on hearing? Okay? Okay, thank you.
October 17th. Okay. They both occurred within 10 minutes of each other. So they were on the same day? They were on the same day, and it was chaotic for that little bit. But anyway, so I go to the bathroom. It's the first time I've been able to step off of set. I think it's like 4 2, maybe 3 o'clock. Finally get to step off set. I'm on the toilet, and all of a sudden I hear some screaming in my earpiece. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I hear Dave say, it's okay, everyone, it's just a misfire. And I like go, what the fuck? So I run out of the bathroom with my pants halfway down. I'm running to set, trying to figure out what happened, and I walk up to set, and Sarah's like loading the guns, and I'm like, hey, like, how's it going? And she's all like, oh, good. I was like, what happened? She's like, nothing really. Can you load the one in there? And I say, okay, I'll go in there and I'll load that one, because I had been loading that Henry with that stuntman for quite some time now, probably like most of the day. So I go in there and I load it with him. I load that one with him and I tell him, all right. So I said, all right, you got about 13 quarter or half loads in there. I can't really remember what it was for that particular scene. That might have been, the actors were outside, so those were probably quarters. So I tell him you have about 13 quarter loads in there. And he said, is there one in the chamber? And I said, yes. And he said, okay. And I said, okay. So don't touch the trigger. And he was like, okay. And I walk out. And then I go up to Sarah and I said, hey, what happened? And she was like, I heard there was like a misfire, which is like the wrong terminology for it even. That's an accidental discharge. So I was like, I heard there was like a misfire or something. And she's like, yeah, I was loading it. And she's like, and it just went off. And I said, because I had to train her how to put them in and make sure that the hammer goes down gently enough. Because I asked her if she knew how to do that from Seth, and she's like, yeah, but let me just do it again a couple of times in front of you. And I saw her do it, and I was like, no. I was like, put your thumb all the way over the trigger. I mean, not the trigger, the hammer. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you know, if you don't put it all the way over, your hands will be sweaty sometimes, and it'll slip. And so she was loading it, and I'm not exactly sure what happened. Like I said, I was in the bathroom, but guns don't just go off like that. And if you're loading it, it's most likely that you made a mistake just loading it and that the hammer came down too quick.
Okay.
And, you know, when you're in a rush, that can happen. It hasn't happened to me, but I can understand it happening. And then as soon as that had happened and I walked outside and I was asking her about that, next thing I know, boom, inside of the fucking thing. And I already told him this gun was hot. I know for a fact I did, and we were doing that scene all day. So this man knows this gun is hot. And then I go in there and I said, what the fuck are you doing in here? And he tells me, he's like, I don't know, it just went off. And I was like, well, it's a lever action rifle, and that's not really how that works, bud. You know. So, pissed him off a little bit, but I said, all right, be careful in here. Thankfully, we were doing that scene pretty much all day, so I think a lot of camera had their earplugs in, but...
It was inside when it went off, though?
It was inside of this, little shack that they were in, and most of the camera crew was in there at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one was inside, and then there was also a popper misfire with special effects.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the day that we first started shooting and everything. We had pretty good luck with that. Every time, we got done with the scene, I count all the shots. So I know if there's still a hot gun on set. So I was looking for that, and most of the time I would just run to the actor and be like, don't touch it. It's hot still.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as when Sarah's gun went off, is that possible if you, drop the hammer too quickly that it can discharge?
Yeah, totally.
And it was pulling the trigger?
Yeah, no, that happens.
Okay.
Well, see, that's the thing. No, so you have to pull the trigger in order to bring that hammer all the way down, So you have your finger on the hammer, and in order to get the hammer to release back to a position where the person could grab it and do the scene, you have to touch the trigger and slowly lower the hammer down. If you touch the trigger, it'll just send the hammer down. So if your finger isn't there to stop it while you're loading it, it's going to come down and shoot it.
So now I understand why that can everybody has said that it happens often, that this kind of stuff. So
that totally can happen often, and it's just because ultimately you do have to lower down that hammer again in order to start the scene. You can't, give it to the actor, cocked back and everything, So, yeah, and it's the same with a lot of, even my 22, I have to do that as well. I'll bring it back, there's a little piece that stays back, and unless I hold that and slowly release it while holding my trigger, that would go off too.
Interesting.
So even my Walter P.
a lot about revolvers.
And that's just my Walter P22. That's not a revolver.
Whoa.
That's just a regular, magazine.
She holds the trigger on the Walther?
Does the hammer have to be back?
It has to be half-cocked,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, and then you have to bring it back all the way, or, you can bring it back from a half-cock, kind of, but it helps to bring it back all the way and just bring it down slowly.
Okay. After both of those accidental discharges, what happened?
So, this day is kind of when Sarah and I butt heads. Because ultimately, after hers, I was livid. And then after that one, I was, furious. And so I tell her, I was like, no, dude. I was like, what just happened? And, I'm getting heckled by the fucking stuntman at this point. I said, no, dude, that, wasn't okay. We need to talk to production about this because a lot of people are probably pissed about that because it happened within 10 minutes of each other, two of them. And I was like, oh, my God. I literally screamed out, what the fuck is happening? So I told Sarah, I was like, hey, we should probably talk to production about that. And, Sarah is embarrassed at this point. She's shaking. Her face is, pretty mad. And she's not really responding to me too much. I said, well, you did that while loading it. And I was like, so I'm not sure if people are going to want you loading the guns anymore. And she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot.
Right.
And she was like, all right, well, so so we'll go ahead. So I was like, we need to talk to production. I'll let you talk to them. I'm not trying to get us in trouble here. I'm just saying, like, we need to mind this because a lot of people are probably pissed. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. So she was there. She was, like, mad, angry texting. And I thought she was probably talking to the producers. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. And Seth tells me, Sarah told me about her accidental discharge. It was an accident. Accidents happen. You need to get over it. And I said, get over it. I was like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm not making a big deal about this. I was like, I'm not going to production to rat on her. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about.
So there was nobody from production in the area?
I think there was people from production in the area. I think there were like two, the regular chubby producer, he was there, and I think Nathan might have even been there.
And nobody?
They were there a lot. No one said anything. Sarah apologized on the spot, I guess. I didn't really apologize for that because I'm just trying to figure it out at this point, and I don't know what that guy did.
Who was the stuntman?
I don't even know his name. I think his name was Blake. Yeah, they also didn't have me train him at all with the gun, and he's Alex's stunt double, mind you. So, you know, Alex's stunt double. So he probably should have at least been trained, but also Alan, the stunt coordinator, was like, all my guys know what the fuck they're doing, so don't worry about them. So, yeah. Didn't get to work with that guy. And back to, like, the Seth thing, I went up to Sarah about it, and I was like, hey, I texted her, and I was like, I'm sorry if you thought I was trying to start problems about this. I was just trying to say that we should tell production because I wouldn't be surprised if we both got fired for that. I wouldn't, we need to make sure that everyone still feels comfortable after that. And she said, she said, no, I understand. I contacted Gabby and Ro about it, and I went ahead and told Seth, and I apologized to everyone on the spot, and I think they're going to just move past this and move by it. And I was like, okay, cool, as long as you contacted the producers.
Okay. But you didn't ever see her actually contact them?
No, I didn't. And also, at that point, I had already pissed her off, and she went to Seth about it, so I wasn't going to fuck with that anymore, and I just let her handle it.
Okay.
Because
you
ultimately
producers yourself?
No, because she was my boss and already was yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know of any reports being made about those?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I have been wondering recently if she did talk to them, and no one from production talked to us about it, which I thought was pretty weird. You know, like, no one even said, like, all right, guys, like, you know, get your shit together. Like, no one said anything to us, at least to me directly.
So when Sarah's went off, what happened? Did you take the gun after that, or what happened with it after?
After that, you know, we just had to keep loading it for the stunt guys, and ultimately, after hers went off, I didn't exactly have the option. We had 3 people that needed to be loaded right then.
Okay.
So I didn't exactly have the option to take Sarah off of guns that day, and also she is my boss, so I'm not allowed to take her off of guns. Yeah, she does continue to load.
Okay. Even after that?
Yeah.
After her discharging. Who unloaded them that day?
Unloaded them from the blanks?
Yeah.
Both of us.
Okay.
Yeah, and we unload them as we get them in from the actor as soon as they're done doing the scene.
You and Sarah, though?
Yeah. Pretty much any big gun battle in this entire thing, we were both loading and unloading the guns.
Okay. What about the special effects, that squib or whatever that went off?
It was like a popper. I'm not sure if they had a squib go off. I never saw that. It's like a popper. It's like a thing that hangs from the ceiling, and it's filled with, like, little debris and things like that. But they were all supposed to go off for a scene, and one didn't go off. And then, like, maybe 2 minutes after the scene, it just, like, randomly went off, and people were like, oh, shit. But we were outside, so it wasn't too bad, you know?
Were you present? So you weren't present when it went off?
The popper?
Yeah.
I was present.
Okay.
I was outside, and I was a little, like, maybe 20 feet away from it.
Okay.
I wasn't directly on the porch, so a lot of people on the porch were obviously freaked out, but I was pretty far away.
Okay. Do you know if any reports were made for that one?
For that topper? Oh, I have no idea. I don't, especially if it's not my department, I wouldn't really know about it. I didn't make any reports.
And I just want you to confirm, were guns ever taken out after hours, on lunch, on days off?
These guns absolutely were locked up every single moment that me and Sarah were not there, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Including lunch every day.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then going back to that accidental discharge with Sarah, I know you said that you weren't there, you were in the bathroom.
Yes. I was there for the second one.
Okay.
With the stuntman.
And is it okay for you to walk off when they have?
It's okay. Sometimes, you know, like I said, we were doing a lot of gun battles that whole entire day, and ultimately there was only 2 people shooting at the time, and I told Sarah, I was like, I need to use the bathroom right now or I'm literally going to piss my pants. And I told Dave that I was going to the bathroom too. So if I tell them I step off, and they know that.
Okay.
Because ultimately, you know, you can't hold it sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. And it really sucked that day too, because the bathrooms were like far as shit.
All right, we're gonna go give you the incident, okay? Okay. So the box of ammo that you pulled from that day.
Yeah. Box of dummies.
So this is the day of now.
Where did you pull that box from?
So that box, it was kind of peculiar actually. Now that I've thought about it a little more. Because we had been looking for the 45 long Colt dummies, and we hadn't had a lot of them because, like I said, we used up a lot of mine at the beginning, if not all of them. And so we had to order some 4440s, which are kind of a similar size. And then we did get some 45 long Colts a little before that, probably before that weekend. And we put pretty much all of that entire box in Travis Fimel's gun belt.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so this box, I hadn't been aware of any more long Colt boxes and everything. And this box was kind of just sitting right next to my safe on like this kind of extra bag that I bring to carry guns in.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I thought it was kind of weird. Looking back at it now, it was kind of just like sitting on top of my stuff. And considering the prop truck got moved over the weekend, I don't know like how easily that would have stayed up there.
And this box was there in the morning. Can you elaborate on that when you get there? Because I think it's a significant issue.
Right.
Yeah.
So this wasn't one of the original boxes that were provided, though?
No, and it was weird. I think it just said dummies on it. Like,
Okay.
nothing else. I saw just the word dummies on it, from what I could remember. Which is not the regular font I'm used to seeing on it either.
And it's propped up in your bag.
Yeah. It's propped up in my bag, you know, just like sitting on top of stuff, like not falling over in the bag, you know, because it was on top of something, so like it seems weird that it wouldn't have fallen over while moving.
Do you remember which bag it was?
It was like, it was either above a Smith & Wesson bag. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's like it says Smith & Wesson, and I marked it out with Sharpie so that way people wouldn't rob my car. And then there's another black bag that I had too. They were both like there were 2 black bags.
They read the name of the bag before they take it.
Okay, so the box that you pulled out of that day, though, was on that bag?
Yeah.
Okay, and
it was just kind of sitting up there, and I remember I was like looking for, you know, blanks to pull, dummies to pull, and I saw that box, and I was like exclaimed, and I was like, where the fuck did this like box of dummies come from? I was like, have we had this the entire time? I was like, we've been needing these. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nicole just laughed, and I don't really remember if Sarah was there or not, but I said like, oh, well, whatever, at least we have them now. Put them on the cart, and they went out with us.
Okay.
And as I picked them up, they were jingling. So that indicates that they were dummies.
Okay. Had you seen the box prior to that point?
I hadn't really noticed that box prior to that point, but I think I had noticed a box that looked similar to it that we had gotten those newer ones from. And I think I remembered like a box similar to that, and it might have been the same box even.
Okay.
This was maybe, because we didn't put those dummies back in there though, but that's the only other box that looked like that box. Was one of those newer boxes that we got. And I think it just said like just dummies on it.
Her mannerism changed a ton during telling that little story about the box.
Corporal, based on your understanding of dummy rounds and how an armorer would check dummy rounds, based on your investigation, is it possible to determine that every round in a box is a dummy round if you just shake the entire box?
No.
Because if you just shake the box, how can you tell?
I mean, yeah, you could more than likely hear some of them jingling, but it wouldn't be, feasible to point out that every single one of those had BBs in it.
So, based on your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez during this part of the interview, I just want to be clear. Was it your impression that she claimed that this was a box she'd never seen before?
Yeah, that's what she stated.
So it was a box she'd never seen before and she just decided to grab it and start loading guns with it?
Yes.
After shaking the entire box?
Yes.
Not each round, the box itself?
Correct, just the box.
Jade, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Thank you so much. CLO.
No lettering, anything of the sort.
Thank you for 55 memberships.
No lettering or anything like that. I think I just saw the word dummies.
Okay. It didn't say caliber on it?
I don't believe it did. It might have said long quote on the other side. I don't really remember.
Okay.
LC, maybe.
All right.
I don't know.
So, at the beginning of the day, before lunch, how many guns were pulled out?
Okay. Can I have like a piece of paper or something? Just because like there's a lot of people in this, you know.
Yeah, I have probably a few.
There we go.
I'm like, I feel like you're running out of paper.
All right, so you know, there's Alec Baldwin's character. This is Russ. Jensen's character, Woods. Drum. And we have a Miller over here. And so these are the ones that were being used today. And also, I think Boone was coming in later that day, but I don't think we pulled his gun. So check this out. Miller has 2 pistols and a long rifle. There we go. Rust has a pistol, a long barrel one, different than everyone else's really. Long barrel. And he also has a Henry rifle. So at this point, that's like 3 guns, 4, 5. And then Wood has a gun, and he also has a long gun. So that's another pistol and another rifle. Oh wait, he has a shotgun, my bad. And the Drum also has a shotgun and a pistol.
Okay. And those were all prior to lunch?
These are all prior to lunch, yes. So I think that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 5 pistols and 4 long guns, 2 shotguns.
Okay.
And if you would like, that's yours.
You might need that.
Okay.
Well, we can illustrate a little more, so keep it.
Cool.
Were they loaded
prior to lunch?
Yeah.
So what you have to understand about before lunch is that we were at another location for half of the day before lunch, and then we had gotten done with that location and we moved up to the church.
Okay.
Right? So during the day, at the beginning of the day, none of those were dummied up at all because the shot was so wide. You just wouldn't see it.
So there was nothing in these?
There was nothing in these until we got to the church.
Okay. But still prior to breaking for lunch?
Yes, still prior to breaking to lunch. So if you had to break up the day like that, you could split before lunch into 2 things. One where we were somewhere else entirely and nothing was dummied up, and after that, we were in the church and things started to get dummied up, but weren't dummied up right away.
Okay. So then which ones of these were loaded prior to lunch? Yes.
Okay. Wood dummies prior to lunch, wood and drums pistols were dummied up. Sarah helped me dummy those up.
Okay.
And a little later on, the camera started getting in on Russ, and so Russ got his dummied up maybe an hour and a half before lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything with Miller?
Miller was not in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so Miller's character was coming later in the day. Yeah, so he wasn't in the church at all. So honestly, I'm pretty sure that we put away his 2 pistols and his long rifle for a good proportion before lunch, because we always try to put them away as we're not using them and lock them up.
Okay. So the only ones dummied up though are the pistols?
Yeah, 3 pistols. And they should have both been used at the time of the incident. Like, they were both, all 3 of those were out there.
Okay. So who loaded what gun?
Sarah and I loaded woods and drums. I don't really remember who they are, identical guns, so you wouldn't really know.
Okay.
And then Rust, I dummied that one up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all with dummy rounds?
All with dummy rounds, yeah. And we were shaking them and checking them as we did it, yeah. Okay. And then some of them didn't have to be shaked, but yeah.
And why didn't they have to be?
They didn't have primer caps on them. And sometimes I accidentally still, like, shake the ones with holes in them, just thinking that they're going to shake, and then I, like, realize. Yeah, that's the only time where I've ever, like, thought there was a bad one, is, like, when I shake it and I don't hear anything, and then I realize, I'm like, oh, it's the ones that don't shake.
Can you recall when you loaded, whichever ones you loaded, what specific rounds you put in this?
Yes, okay. So, for the Rust pistol, the wooden drum, I don't exactly remember those, you know. I think most of those, not exactly sure what was up with those. But for the Rust one, I remember I had 4 of them without primer caps,
okay,
because I always try to use those ones ultimately. I have 4 of them without primer caps, and then I grabbed some dummies from that box, and I, like, brought them in there, and I was walking in with his belt right here, and I'm walking in holding the 4 no primer cap ones and some extra ones too, and there were 2 that, like, could have been shaken, so I'm shaking them both as I walk in, and I walk in and I put the 4 no primers in there. And then I, like, look at my hand, and I notice there's one with a hole in the side. So I use that one next. And then I try to put one of the ones that shook in there, but it won't go in. And so at that point, I show Dave, I leave that one out because I notice, like, that needs to be cleaned. So I leave it out. I move the cylinder to a location.
Corporal, when you were in the room interviewing Ms. Gutierrez, did she physically demonstrate that she was shaking 2 dummies at one time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Where you wouldn't notice that one isn't in there. Yeah. So I move it to where you wouldn't be able to see that, and then I go ahead, I show Dave. He watched me do it too that time. This is before lunch, and I walk out after handing it and showing it to Alec too.
Okay. So before breaking for lunch, there was only 5 rounds in that gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I proceeded from that one that wouldn't go in. I just set it on the cart after that.
Okay. The 4 that you got without the primer?
Yeah.
Where were those pulled from?
Those were pulled from my pocket.
From your pocket?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other 2 were pulled from that box?
Corporal,
so bad.
when you interviewed Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, she had some dummy rounds in her pocket, correct?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember how many she had?
She had 5, I believe.
And do you recall how many of those didn't have primer caps?
I believe 4 of them had the holes, but I don't remember how many didn't have primer caps.
Okay. I may ask you on a break to go back and review that, or I'll try to find it for you. Is it your understanding on October 21st, when you interviewed her, that the dummy rounds that she pulled out of her pocket were rounds that she had taken out of the gun?
No.
All right. So in addition to what she is describing to you now, apparently she had 5 additional dummy rounds in her pocket.
Yes, she did.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you remember about what time you loaded these guns?
Not exactly. I would maybe guess like 10:30 for Russ, maybe 10. And then for the other 2, they were loaded like maybe 30 minutes before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still fairly early.
Yeah, pretty early in the day. Started super early.
When you broke for lunch, none of the rounds were taken out of any of these guns?
No, none of those were taken out. We just put them in the socks and we brought them to the truck, and from there we put them into the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Into the safe, loaded with them?
With the dummies, yeah.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah,
dummied
that's
up.
what I mean, but
Yeah. Just so we're clear, yeah, just with the dummies.
Okay. And the other 2 guns were full?
Yeah, the other 2 guns still were dummied up, yeah.
Okay. So who physically put these back in the safe?
You know, I'm pretty sure Sarah was doing it at the time, and I was kind of just down on the ground, like, handing them up to the prop truck because I had a really bad headache.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't try to climb up there or anything because my head was, like, pounding.
And did you guys take them to the truck with a cart, or did you just carry them?
We just carried them.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she was, on October 21st, her head was pounding?
Yes.
She indicates she had a headache?
Yes, she did.
And just to be clear, the interview that we're watching right now, this interview was done less than 3 weeks after Ms. Hutchins died.
Yeah, this one was on November 9th.
Thank you.
We left the cart there at lunch.
And was all the ammo in that cart still?
Yeah.
And was there some in the truck still?
Yeah, there's always going to still be, like, blanks in the truck because we wouldn't ever need to bring all of them out,
Okay.
you know.
How many boxes do you think are left on that cart?
On the cart, I would guess, like, maybe, I had some shotguns, I would guess maybe 10 boxes.
All on the bottom, or?
On the bottom. On the bottom, and then there was, you know, the dummies on the top that we were taking from.
Okay, so just one box on the top?
I think just one box on the top. I might have been preparing some things beforehand and dumped some quarter loads into my fanny pack or whatever and left a box up there that was empty.
Okay. All right, so after lunch, who took the guns out of the safe?
After lunch, not really sure. Don't really remember that too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been
one of
you or Sarah, right?
Yeah, me or Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of had a headache and I was like getting over it, so.
And they were all still in the socks?
They were all still in socks, yes.
How do you know which ones to pull? If they're all?
We leave the handles out.
Of the guns?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also I set them, so normally like there's a bulk of them up on the very top. I'll kind of set them on like the sides where the rifles like heads go if I need to access them quickly. And then there's, if you saw the gun safe, there's also like holsters on the side. So we would usually put Jensen and Swin wooden drums guns over there because they're the 2 sheriffs and they go together.
Okay.
And then we would just put Russ' gun like kind of below all the other guns too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you pulled them back out, did you guys check the rounds in them?
We didn't. We brought them 2 set as they were in the socks still.
Okay. Were they ever reopened?
The guns? Mm-hmm. I'm not too sure. I I reopened the rust gun. I'm not sure about the wooden drum.
Okay.
Sarah was mostly working on propping those guys up. The rust gun I opened up after lunch because I remembered that it was dirty, and I remembered that I was like, all right, we're about to start shooting out of it. So I go and I put the little cleaning guy that I have, I open it up, put the cleaning guy through, take one out of the box, shake it. And at this point, after I had put the cleaning guy through, Dave's in my ear, and he's like, hey, we need the gun in here. And I'm like, okay. So I start to bring the gun in there, shake it, put it in as I'm walking in, and then I bring it to Dave. I show Dave, like, all of the cylinder, and then I tell him it's dummied up, and I say, all right. Oh, yeah, and he's like, it's okay. It's just, he's, like, getting talked to at this point, by the way, too, by Helena and Joel, and he's sitting there, and he's like, can you just hand me the gun because I'm going to sit in with it? And I said, okay, and I showed him it, and then I walked out after showing it to him and handing it to him. So he was just supposed to be sitting in with it.
Okay. So you clean it, but then grab another round from that box.
Yeah.
You didn't pull one because you said that you had put it on the cart.
Yeah, I didn't pull that same one.
Okay. Any issues when you put that round in that time?
No.
Okay.
And I think it's because it was clean.
So would you say it's your responsibility to check the guns after they come back out?
They come back out?
Like when they were brought back out from lunch?
Yeah, it's my responsibility to check them into the actor as they go out to the actor.
So not to check the rounds again?
I wouldn't really check it unless it was going to set.
But it did go to set?
Yeah, it went to set and I checked it with Dave.
Okay. Did you do any other, I know that you have different processes for checking these guns. Did you do any other check on that gun?
I did some barrel obstruction check too, also, because, while that round was in there, you're able to pull the hammer back slightly, look down the barrel, and see if there's anything in the barrel for that. So I did a barrel check on that gun.
And did you see anything at that point?
No.
Okay. That round that you pulled out of the box.
Corporal, do you understand the description that Ms. Gutierrez gave of how she was able to do a barrel check?
That she pulled the hammer back a little bit to check it.
Did she indicate, and I'm sorry, if you recall, did she indicate whether or not there was a dummy or whether the cylinder was loaded with dummies?
She didn't indicate at that point.
Okay. If a revolver cylinder is loaded with anything, can you see down the barrel?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
The last one that you loaded.
Yeah.
What did that look like?
It looked like the dummies that don't have the hole in the side or anything.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about any of the rounds that went in?
No.
Because you said that you spun it with Dave, right?
Yeah, I spun it with Dave.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything different?
No, I didn't notice anything different.
And 4 out of the...
I was also getting talked at with Dave and everything, and I'm just mostly trying to show it to Dave.
Right.
Yeah, while also looking at it, yeah.
Makes sense. But the 4 of them still have the depressed primers?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 2 didn't?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you think someone would potentially put a live ammo on?
Corporal, what's your understanding of, after the incident, where the gun was unloaded?
So in Hannah's interview, she said that Dave Halls had brought that revolver over to her, and she had checked and unloaded that weapon over the prop cart.
And have you seen photos of those rounds that were taken from the prop cart?
Yes.
Do you know, are there 4 dummy rounds with depressed primers?
I believe there was.
Thanks.
I mean, the same way you would put the dummies or the blanks in there, opening it up and putting it in there.
Okay. And you're talking about the dummy boxes?
What? Yeah.
The box from that morning?
What do you... So I'm saying, like, you would, if you wanted to load this with a live, potentially, you would just pull it back, half cock, and put it in there.
I don't know if you understood her question.
I don't think I am.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so, but you said that you loaded each and every one of those rounds.
Yeah.
So how would you say that a live round got in this box that you pulled from?
I'm not entirely sure if someone put a live round into that box or not. I checked those to the best of my abilities. I was walking in, shaking it in my ear, and I thought I heard it shake for sure.
When do you think somebody would have had the opportunity to put a live round?
You know, it's hard to speculate on that exactly, but, you know, that gun, it was on Alex most of the day, and then also it was on top of our cart sometimes too, and there were times when I was gone to the bathroom, you know, and like I said, I gotta pee, you know. And I tell the girls to watch the cart and everything, but sometimes the girls get distracted by the actors.
You need to elaborate on the box, because you're missing that part of the question.
Okay.
How that could have gotten in that box.
So, I mean, honestly, that box was sitting out all day. And when I picked up that box, I heard it jingle. Like, the whole box jingle. So that, to me, was saying, like, you know, this is a box of dummies, you know. Still check everyone for the jingle. But, so definitely some of those were 100% dummies, you know, and I don't know, someone possibly could have done something at lunch. The box could have already had some live one in it in the morning, and you probably wouldn't have noticed, unless you picked it up. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when that could have got in there, and honestly, it could have been in there from the beginning of it.
Okay. Where was the prop cart?
The prop cart, so that's another thing. The prop cart, like, moved significantly after the incident.
Well, I mean, I'm not everything.
Well, the statement that Ms. Gutierrez just made, that the prop cart had moved significantly after the incident, is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No. I moved after the incident. So
Okay.
That's not really,
All right, cool.
you know, of a concern, but during lunch.
So during lunch, it was still in the same spot where I told you guys, you know, front of the church, the doorway here, your guys' squad car over here that I was sitting in, my little cart over here next to a black tent.
Makes it easier for you.
Cool.
That was actually going to ask you to do that.
Kind of fun. Stop. Yeah, so about over here. And there also was a black truck there earlier that day.
Okay.
So I'm right by that black tent.
Okay.
A little behind it because I don't want people, you know, touching it.
Okay. So cart's there prior to you guys leaving for lunch, and it's in the same spot after.
And Corporal, how about the detail about the black truck? Is that something that was pointed out to you on the 21st, or is that new?
That's new.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was the prop truck? Or is it that truck that's there?
The prop truck, whew. The prop truck is, the prop truck's like all the way over here.
So down at like the end of the town.
Yeah, down at the end of the town, like way over there. Right when you, as soon as you get in those gates, next to the gallows, it's across from the gallows.
Like, there's a couple more.
Okay, cool.
Might help, might not help, but
yeah.
That's the search.
I was like,
without all the Google Maps.
I was like, what the hell? Anyway,
so way down at the end though.
Yeah, it would be.
Corporal, do you recall what photograph you're handing her?
Yeah, so I'm not sure who took these photographs, but we were able to locate some aerial views online of the rust set, which is what I was showing her there.
Thank you.
That's why we kind of keep a lot of stuff on us because they don't like to move the prop truck, especially closer to the stuff. So it was pretty far away. You remember where you took me to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Past that.
So at the like very
yeah, it was
town.
right like when you would maybe get pulled up and like the vans are there to take people. Yeah. That's where the prop truck usually stays.
So you guys have to pull guns from way down there and then bring them all the way.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like a pretty good distance.
It's a pretty good distance, and then that's why we also didn't want to bring the cart all the way back to the prop truck.
So it got left by that tent.
Yeah.
Nothing was too different about it after.
No, and we have done this a couple of times especially on like big shooting days and everything, just because we are out there like in the boonies with like sticks, snakes, all that crazy stuff, and big rocks. So yeah, a few times we just left it there during
sticks, snakes, and big rocks.
Just me, Sarah, Nicole, props.
That's it though.
Yeah, that's it for the cart. Usually people will try to set their stuff on there and I quickly shoot them away.
Okay.
Some people still like to put their stuff on it to rile me. But yeah.
Is it more in a joking manner?
I don't know. They just they know I don't like them to do it and they still do it anyways, and you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's common to leave it out.
Yeah.
When you guys break for lunch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what about at night?
At night, we bring the cart in at night.
Where does it go?
It goes in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this day, there's obviously ammo on it when it was left out.
Yes.
Okay. All right. After lunch, how many guns came back to set?
Okay. I'm pretty sure because we were getting into the nitty-grits of it. You know, we were about to start shooting indoors, and ultimately, we weren't going to be seeing the horses outside, so I didn't bring the two shotguns. I brought one of the shotguns of wooden drums. And so here's the thing about that day. I was bickering with the stunt coordinator all day because he wanted to shoot 2 pistols before every shot just to make smoke and everything. In front of the camera, and I was like, no, that's just like extremely uncommon. And he's like, well, we did it on Dead for $1. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. But I brought a shotgun in case, like, you know, we could just do one big one if the director really wanted it. But we weren't planning on really doing it. It was just more if Joel like pushed for it. So we only brought the rust pistol, the drum pistol, and the wood pistol, and then also a shotgun.
Okay, and you guys pulled all 4 of those out at the same time?
Yeah.
Did anybody have to go back for anything?
I know that I think I brought him there, and then I immediately went to the bathroom before we started getting into stuff.
Okay.
So I brought them to the set, and then I immediately had to go pee.
Did you already give Dave the gun?
No. At this point, no one had asked for the guns yet, and they were just supposed to be on the cart.
Okay. Did anybody stay with Cart?
I told Sarah and Nicole, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were they still there when?
Sarah was flirting with Jensen, and I don't really remember if Nicole was nearby, but Sarah was pretty close to the cart still. Yeah.
All right. So 3 pistols, 1 shotgun. Nobody went back to the truck for anything.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I went back to the truck, and I don't think Sarah sent Nicole back to the truck. Like I said, I went to the bathroom, and I didn't really.
But no other guns were pulled out?
No.
Besides those 4?
They shouldn't have been pulled out, no.
Okay. What time did you come back from lunch?
I'm not entirely sure. Usually our lunch goes from 12:30 to like 1:30-ish.
Okay. What time frame do you think there was between when you guys came back from lunch to you pulling the guns back out?
coming back from lunch, you know, we get in the vans from base camp. So we probably take 5 minutes getting from the base camp to the set. And then from that point, we hop right off of the thing and we grab the guns and everything and we go straight over.
Okay.
Especially because, like, you know, you don't want to be late.
All right. So did you grab the cart, take it back to the prop truck, or did you just carry the guns?
We just carried from when we came back from lunch.
Mm-hmm.
We just carried the guns to the cart.
Okay.
Yeah, because we brought them there from the cart, brought them back from the truck to the cart after lunch.
Okay. And then who carried what guns?
I'm not exactly sure. They were still in the socks, you know.
You'd know if you'd carry a shotgun compared to a pistol, though, right?
Yeah, totally. Maybe Nicole was holding a shotgun and I had a pistol and Sarah had two.
Okay.
Or maybe someone's holding, like, we all kind of just had to hold, like, gun belts, props, you know, not to mention, like, badges and things like that, so.
You're just carrying them.
We're just all trying to carry all the shit that we have to bring every time.
Okay. So, how long would you say, so you guys went straight from the prop truck, took him to the cart?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, obviously, you have to take all these socks and everything off these guns. Who took them off?
So, like I said, I went to the bathroom at this point. I'm not really sure if Sarah had started doing anything else from that point. All I remember is that I remembered the rust gun was dirty, and so I grabbed the rust gun, took it out of the sock, and proceeded to do the whole cleaning thing I told you about.
Okay. All right.
Which I thought it was pretty weird that, like, they immediately needed the gun in there, like, that quickly after lunch. Usually things take a little while for camera to get set up and everything, you know?
Okay. You cleaned the gun, put that last round in it, and then how long would you say that took?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where does the gun go after that?
Excuse me. So the gun after that walks in with me and it goes to Dave. Try to show it to Dave. Dave's getting talked at.
Inside or outside of the church?
Inside. He's sitting in the pew, and I think he's supposed to be Russ or someone. And from what I understood, it was just supposed to be a shot where, like, he's sitting there with the gun ready. And then also Dave was just sitting in with it, and then I was going to come back in whenever Alec got there. But Alec got there and no one called me in.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to do that last check before Alec got it because I had no idea that the gun had been handed off. And also the video village, due to the camera crew quitting that day, wasn't working. So I had no way to see in there.
Okay. So you opened the gun for Dave to do the check, inside or outside of the church?
Inside.
Okay.
It was open already because, you know, I put it in there and I walked in putting it in and I just left it open rather than closing.
And what did that check consist of?
The check consists of me spinning the cylinder for Dave and telling him that it was dummied up.
All right. Did that gun go to anyone else? Is that, you know, did it go, because obviously it was in the sock, did anybody else have a handle on that gun?
After lunch? Not that I could tell. Yeah.
Okay. Did Nicole ever handle the gun? Russ's gun?
She handled it the day before, just like brought it down to me from the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not the day of the incident?
No.
All right. So you give it to Dave, and then where do you go at that point?
I give it to Dave, and I step outside because we're about to start shooting, and I was getting, like, all my stuff ready. And also, he was
What do you mean by getting your stuff ready?
Getting my fanny pack filled up, and, you know, getting my pockets, like, lined with different types of blanks and everything, because I have a pocket system where all the halves go on one side, all the quarters go over here. This is my dummy pocket, and yeah, these are my empty pockets, and sometimes I use my butt pockets if I need to. So, like, Sarah, usually I would just set my fanny pack up for her, even though I like to have both on me because Sarah doesn't understand the importance of pockets. But so I would set that up for her, and I would start getting my pockets and everything ready.
So it's pretty common for you to put stuff in, like, your pants pocket, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Common to put mostly blanks in there, yeah. And then also some trash, you know. Like, you can't exactly just throw trash around and you eat stuff, so it's just a lot of pockets. So that's why I like those pants. You can, yeah.
So you hand the gun to Dave, and then did you see what he did with it at that point?
At that point, he was just sitting in with it and not moving it at all.
Just holding it.
Just holding it.
Okay.
And his finger wasn't in the trigger guard or anything.
Obviously this gun goes in Alex bandolier, does cross draw with it.
Yeah. Which I was already worried about that because he hadn't really trained with that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I texted his assistant the night before and wanted to make sure that he was comfortable with that, but they said that he was fine and that, yeah, they were going to figure it out and stuff. So.
Do you have that text message still?
Yeah.
We do have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So he was just sitting with it. Obviously it's not in a holster.
No.
Did you see when he handed it to Alec?
No, I was outside.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that much time had gone by. I think I was outside for maybe like 10 minutes after I had handed it off to Dave.
That the incident happened?
Yeah.
Or?
Before, yeah, and then the incident happened like 10-15 minutes.
Okay. So you take it into the church and give it to Dave. Did you ever make an announcement about it being a cold gun or anything of the sort? What did you explain to Dave?
I told Dave, I said, the gun is dummied up.
Okay.
From lunch.
All right. Let's go back to this little guy right here. Where were you standing
when it happened?
Yep.
I was at my cart.
You were at the cart when it happened?
Yeah. I think we had moved it up ever so slightly from that point. So a little closer. Or maybe it was back there and that truck had just moved, actually. I'm not really entirely sure. But yeah, I was right there, and I was getting my stuff ready.
Was this scene eventually supposed to contain, and I'm going to say live fire, no it's not, but like blank fire?
The scene, what we had been doing all morning was supposed to lead up to the scene that we were supposed to be doing blank fire in, but this particular shot was not.
Okay. But eventually it would have gotten to that point, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. After the incident, I know that you had explained that you ran inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The incident occurred, and I kind of didn't really flinch at it even. And Sarah said, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know." And Sarah said, "Was that the gun?" And I said, "There's no way that could be the gun." And then, next thing you know, I hear in the earpiece, set medic emergency, and I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I thought it was like a popper that had blown someone's arm off or something. But I go over to the front of the church, and I look in, and I see people on the ground, and I'm like, oh my God. And I said, was that the gun? And Dave said, yeah, it was the gun. And to which I go inside, scream, and then they yell at me, and then I walk back out. I ask for the gun. Dave brings me the gun.
When you were in there, did you see where the gun was?
No.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm, everyone's kind of staring and looking at me at this point. And walking in and seeing that was super fucking awful too. So I kind of come out here. I'm over here at this point, kind of away from everything. Dave brought me the gun. I take all of them out. The first one I take out has been discharged. And like I told you, at first I thought it could be one of those old dummies. But it could have been a live round by all means. And once you showed me that, what they pulled out of Joel later, yeah, it kind of seemed more like that. But yeah, so I pull all of them out, and the other 5 were still dummies, just fine.
Okay. So Dave brings it out, hands it to you. Is it open or closed at this point?
It's closed.
Okay. Hands it to you. Where do you inspect it?
You know, it was like still really a situation to me. So I was either right there or I was right there.
When you opened it?
When I checked the gun. I'm pretty sure I got it here and like we had kind of walked away with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you said that you emptied the gun, right?
Yeah.
Where did you empty it?
I took it out, put it in my hands, and then I handed them to Sarah, and I said, go check that fucking box. I got it from that box.
Handed what to Sarah?
The dummies and everything, and shell.
So everything that you
had in my hands went to Sarah.
Just handed it to her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just handed it to her, and,
I'm sorry, Corporal, just a point of clarification. What is Ms. Gutierrez saying that she handed to Ms. Zachary?
That she handed the ammunition that she took out of the revolver to Sarah.
Is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No.
I took the gun, and I kept it in my waistband after that.
Okay. You didn't go check the box?
No, I didn't go check the box. I was freaking out, and Brian, my boss, came over at that point, and Brian took me a little further away to, you know, kind of relieve people looking at me.
And you told Sarah, I didn't want you to leave that out, but you told Sarah to check the box. What happened?
I said, check the box, and she comes over to me a little later, you know, while I'm off to the side, and I said, did you check the box? And she said, and we also had collected the other guns, and Sarah took those as well. And then I was like, did you check the box? And she said, yeah, there were some bad ones in there. And I don't know really what that means. That's just what she said. And I thought that meant like 1 or 2.
Okay.
2 days later, Sarah came to my hotel room after Helena Hutchins's, one of her vigils. And she came up to my room and was checking on how I was doing. And I asked her, I was like, I can't believe somehow there were some bad ones in that box. And she said, Hannah, more than half of that box was bad ones.
And she didn't explain what she meant by bad ones?
She said more than half of that box were bad. Which, I mean, it's safe to assume that live.
Okay.
At that point, yeah, it was safe to assume that those were live.
So,
mixed in with dummies.
When you emptied out the gun, how many rounds were there?
There was 6.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 had been discharged.
And do we remember what that one looked like?
No, not really. I took it out at this point, like, still pretty shocked and, like, shaking just thinking about everything. But so, I take it out. I pull all the others out. I'm, like, showing them to Dave, and I'm saying, like, no, like, the others are dummies. Like, what the fuck? How is that in there? And I just, like, look at Sarah, and I, like, after I said that, I was like, I don't know how that happened. They are all dummies except for 1. And then I, like, looked at Sarah, and I was like, go check that box right now. And I handed it to her, and so it was pretty quick, and I wasn't even, like, really looking at it. I was just more, like, looking at Dave and just...
Corporal, do you recall on October 21st what Ms. Gutierrez told you in terms of handing the box to Sarah and telling Sarah to check the box?
No, she didn't mention anything about telling Sarah to check it.
Okay. So is that different than what she told you on the 21st?
Yes.
Freaking out at that point.
How did you know that 1 wasn't a dummy?
I'm not sure that it wasn't a dummy. Still, I mean, now we know, really that it could have been a live round. But in my head, I was thinking that might have been one of the old dummies that the primer cap can pop it out.
Okay.
Because those, I don't know, those still, I haven't heard a lot of reports of those, but I know that those did used to exist.
Okay. So after a gun was emptied, I mean, how'd
Do you mind if we take a break?
Yeah,
I'm like
we can do that.
getting
Sure.
a little flustered.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The restroom okay too?
Yeah.
Take a restroom break.
What's this room? I'm like, it gets a little stuffy. Totally.
Yeah, 1 minute.
See if we can use the time warp function here and skip this. Seriously, we cut out other bits, but not this part. We're watching the break in real time. This is where we are now. We live here.
Ms. Morrissey, do you know how much longer? I'm wondering if we should take our bathroom break.
Yeah, Your Honor, that's fine, and we weren't anticipating there being downtime, so we'll see if we need to move the video ahead.
Okay, all right, let's take our bath break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
Line up for the potty. Everyone line up for the potty. Here we go. All right, that looks really, really bad. Yes, I have questions about her lawyer. The only time he inputs something is when there's a little bit of a story that might point the finger of blame at somebody else. He's like, we'll go over that part about Sarah, what she did. That part's really important. I think you need to expand on that a little bit more. Let's see. How long is our break going to be? It's going to be a little while. Let's see. Everyone sit down, maybe. Okay, we're in break. All right. I've been trying really hard not to be keyed up by what we're hearing this morning. It just won't stop. It just won't stop. There are some slip ups there. All were dummies except for one. That means when she took them out, she says they all were dummies. But previous on her other interview, she said all of them were dummies, and that dummy somehow had a charge in it. But this one now was not a dummy, and it could have been a live round. The admission that she says that Sarah said that all of the or half the rounds in the box were bad dummies, meaning live rounds. Where did those go? We have six on the set total that were live, and there should be 25 live rounds somewhere. Where did the live rounds go? Because half a box, 50 to a box, that's quite a few. It's once again just nonstop assumptions everywhere. I assume they must have been. I checked. I didn't feel we need to do this because we've done it before. I just did a quick check. There's so many areas where she had a split second, a second longer, like 1/1000 longer doing what she did, could have caught this. And every time she's like, yeah, because I was getting talked at. When she says she's getting talked at, it sounds like she was getting yelled at to get off set. That's what I hear. I'm not sure if you guys hear the same thing. She constantly was being told to hurry up and stuff like that. But running back to the bathroom, potty break. Every time something happened, she was in the potty. It's not a good situation. I don't. She's flustered here. Her behavior changes a little bit as she's sort of put in the spotlight because she's feeling it now. She's starting to feel this. Ivan's got something to say here. Hang on a second.
Call from
bathroom attendant.
Hey, bathroom attendant. Welcome, Mr. Ivan. Quickly.
How you doing?
Yeah. Good.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing better than Hannah is, but
there are a few people, except the actual victims here, who are. Can you please explain to me why you bring a lawyer, and then the lawyer does absolutely nothing?
I don't know why she's talking at all. I mean,
well,
she's
talking as if she just hit the speech ropes. Okay, it makes you over arrogant, it makes you overconfident, and it makes you over chatty. I'm just saying, but there is nothing like her explanations are just circular, sort of self-grandiosity that sort of make. She's speaking as if she's a witness to a crime, rather than the person
participant.
that she realized.
Oh, it's bad. First of all, okay, when the police get involved, just general advice. If you don't want to be in jail, okay, I'm not saying first of all don't do the crime. Okay, don't do the crime. But if the police are involved and you don't want to be in jail, don't talk to the police. Ask for a lawyer immediately. And once you get a lawyer, still don't talk to the police. I think this is what Ian Runkle was spelling out yesterday for everybody. And she got a lawyer, and then she just dumped it all, and she's just she won't shut up, and the lawyer's not telling her to be quiet.
But to her lawyer's credit, the lawyer works for her, so it could very well have been established that she says, "I'm going to talk here, okay? Don't butt in unless I'm literally, admitting to the crime." And so the lawyer works for her. I know it doesn't always seem to be the dynamic that we anticipate, but that's the truth. And so she could have said, "Hey, I don't want you to say a word. I'm going to handle this." Like a true sociopath.
I don't buy that. I don't think you got a lawyer who's just going to be like, "Fine, I was going to give you good advice, but you're the boss." No, I think that's not the type of person that Hannah was.
Well, I don't have any other explanation, because he seems very, very good when he is breaking down cross. He seems very good when he is, trying to discredit people. He has done admirably in open court, but yet you see him in his interview and it looks like he's been muzzled. That's the only reason I say that.
Here's what I think's happened. She has told him the story, and they have decided, I think it would be best if you just tell the whole story. And so they're doing that. There are a couple points in the story that are very key that the lawyer wants to make sure she includes, that help her, that make her look better, that take some of the blame off her shoulders, or at least cast suspicion somewhere else. And when we get to those points in the stories, if she goes too fast over that, he's like, wait, now remember, this is important. Remember, we talked about this. You have to say this part.
Do you think she will tell that story on the stand?
I don't think she should get up there.
Well, of course not. But
I don't think
she's got up, and she should have so far. Do you think she will? It's her right. Like that's what I mean. The lawyer works for her. He can't stop her.
I don't see in her what we see in Sarah Boone, because Sarah Boone even admits that she did it, but she says it wasn't intentional. The outcome wasn't right. She's not even admitting that she did it. She's like, everything I did was right. It shook. I shook it. It rang like a bell, and I stuck it in, and it worked.
Maybe post-arrest behavior is different, but I see a lot of Sarah Boone in that interview where she's trying to dictate it and explain her way out of it and talk too much, et cetera, et cetera. I actually do see a lot of that.
Sarah Boone is perfect in everything she does. She's practically perfect in every way. She's Mary Poppins, right? And Hannah, on the other hand, she's like, I don't know, sort of, yeah, we did what we had to do. And, it was all crazy, and we just made it work. And so I see her cutting corners herself on all of this. The story she wants us to believe, if we believe her, is that there was a what is it, that it's not immaculate conception. It's what happens when a bullet gets pregnant and has gunpowder inside. Just miraculously, it went from a dummy to being a live round. Yeah. It was magic. It was magic, and it happened. She put a dummy in, but it ended up being a live round, and have no idea. It's just abracadabra. Something happened in the middle.
I think she is advantageously. I think she is an advantageous opportunist. Okay, and so I think I see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I see in her. She's an advantageous chameleon. And believe me, this is from King Chameleon, is what I used to call myself. Okay, like I know how to blend in when it suits you, and seemingly she does too. But she has a much higher level of, standing in whatever arena she is than I ever did. And so I believe that arrogance goes a long way. And I think she probably believes that she can get up there and sort of do basically a double time on what she did in that interview. Because I truly believe she walks away from those interviews with the police thinking she did well. I really do. How else?
I'll tell you this. Watching her in court and watching her during this interview, I now think what we see in court is what the police saw during the interview. That same distant look, not connected, just, nonchalant. I think that's the same thing we're seeing. I think that she honestly feels that she is not responsible because she has no idea how it happened. At least that's her story. But
but it's clear she didn't know how anything happened, because when the other person told her, Hannah, half these rounds aren't good. Like, half these rounds are a problem. And so she didn't seem to have any, reaction to that when she was admitting that, and so it just seemed to me that anytime things got a little bit heated on the set, or after the police showed up or in the interview, she's always looking for an exit, right? She's always looking for a chance to regroup herself and come back with an explanation that's self-satisfying, or self-opportunistic. I don't know, man. Like, I think we should do a poll. Will Hannah take the stand?
We already did that one. Oh, we did the should. We did should, not will. No, if she does, should, here's what I think. Let me talk a little bit more about this one. We've seen her several times at the end of her lawyer questioning someone. She leans over, like when he goes back, he's like, "Hey, just 1 minute," and she leans over and says something. Never after she has said something to the lawyer has the lawyer gotten back up and said, "Oh, I've got one more question. My client wants me to ask this." He's always just sat down. He's never taken that question that or that information that she's provided and then said, "Oh, we want to pursue this a little bit further." He's not being pushed around by her. And I don't think he was pushed around by her during the interview as well. I mean, like, this isn't like Alex Murdaugh practically writing the script for Harpootlian.
If that's true, how do you explain the lack of interjections when it's obvious she's hurting herself?
I think this is a strategic move where they said it will look better if you just tell your story and I don't try to like guard everything. Okay, it would look better if you just talk and participate and just say, "Hey, we have no idea. I did everything right. We have no idea what went wrong." And that's what she's trying. But she talks too much.
Oh, yeah, because in her explanation of how she did everything right and doesn't know, she's admitting to various failures along the way and oversights. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, get it all out there, but like in the process of getting it all out there, like, to say that I did everything I could, she's literally admitting the next sentence that she didn't do everything she could. She pawned off her jobs. She delegated to people who didn't have, any responsibility for their actions.
Yeah. So, the problem we have is I'm with you, Ivan. I hear that. The problem we have is in the moments where safety is paramount, where you don't have a change, where you don't have a change of shift in the middle of the most intense and critical portion of building the nuclear bomb, right? It's like, okay, we've got the guys, they want to see the procedure from start to finish and make sure everything was done right.
Oppenheimer didn't take any weeks off, right?
And they're like throwing boxes of ammo blanks. I found this says 45. Try these ones. You want to get those? I'll get these ones this time. Which guns do you have? I don't know. They're all the same. It's just the carelessness, I think is appropriate. That was here is just astounding. Ivan, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We went a little over your minute, but it was good. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Bye. Yep. There was a lot of carelessness there, and I think not just the attitude, but in something where safety is paramount, there are procedures. I don't think she knew them because she was not trained. She doesn't know. There's no training that she has taken. She's not a firearms instructor. A firearms instructor would cover the safety of a firearm, how to properly handle, load, fire, and unload, and maintain a firearm. Those are all going to be covered in your firearm safety. The basics. She didn't have that. She didn't even have her concealed carry, which mostly focuses on when it's legal to shoot someone. Okay, she didn't have any of this. She's like, she wanted to, but there was just no training that she had. There was no certifications she had been through. So I can imagine that her safety meeting on set, she doesn't even have like a bullet list of, okay, these are the things I have to cover. Okay. Mostly it was like, hey, some of these blanks are loud, guys. So wear your earplugs. We'll We'll try to use the quiet ones indoors, and don't point them at people. Have fun, guys. Gonna be a great movie. Can't wait to see it. The training I can't see what would be in it other than that. There's just nothing else that she had available in her repertoire, in her memory of what to present in a training situation. And stuff everywhere. Who hired her? They hired someone who presented themselves in armor, who had a resume that showed experience, that showed experience working with someone who was very well respected. I mean, somebody has to hire an armorer for their first jobs, and it's not like, otherwise we would have no more armorers. The old ones would die, and there would be no more armorers. Somebody has to hire an armorer for their first job. I don't fault the person that hired her, but those people that hired her should have been aware and done some due diligence and checking out to make sure that she was. I would say they have a little bit of a responsibility, probably on the civil side, not criminally, but for not doing that investigation and making sure that she was functioning properly. It's like, we know we've got a new one. We've got this cheap girl. She's a third the price of anyone else who's going to I say girl, woman, a third the price of anyone who would, who else would bid on this job. Let's make sure, let's have, you production assistant, whoever, keep an eye on this. You're familiar, you've worked with armorers in the past. Just make sure everything's going well. Let's just get some checkups on that. Just add, a couple more bullet points on your checklist.
Call from to accept.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Who am I speaking with?
This is Sonny.
Hey, Sonny, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Hey, I think you're spot on. I think this is part of his strategy because she's pretty much an idiot, and I don't think she garnered any. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's try something. She did not garner respect on the set. She was probably hungover. She may have been sniffing in the restroom, but the production crew clearly did not respect her. And she didn't have the education or the training to be doing what she was doing. And what they did was they made assumptions that they could just kind of handle it anyway and pay her just a little bit. And I think her attorney is trying to reduce culpability.
So
he's
Sonny,
going to use this as a mitigating factor.
Let me say this. We are not going to hear any evidence about her having drugs in her system because we didn't have her tested.
Right, but I think
here we have
the jury might come to some conclusions regardless.
They could. There could be some suspicions, but here's what I want to say. In the interview we're watching right here, she's about to run to the bathroom. Now, I don't know of anybody who goes to a police interrogation and brings the drugs with them. So I don't think she brought anything.
Oh,
but if she comes back and is a different person, or her demeanor changes dramatically, that's going to make me suspicious.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about previous occasions where she pretty much abandoned the cart or her responsibilities and went to the restroom on set.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And so that's my speculation. But what I think her attorney is doing is letting her sort of paint herself into not being good at what she was doing, but they hired her.
Yeah.
And one reason was, it doesn't matter that Kenny recommended her. She was affordable.
Yeah.
But they didn't really care. And so he can possibly, in closing, reduce how they feel about her by blaming the production for hiring her in the first place. That doesn't mean she's not guilty, but he might be able to show that she's probably not as guilty as if you can't compare her to a usual armor, even though she was in that job.
Maybe all he's going for is that if he can spread the blame enough and show that she was working under some really tough conditions and other factors contributed to this and pressure was on her, expectations and stuff, if they can do that enough, maybe that will lighten the sentence but I can't see this getting her off on the conviction. She might end up with a lighter sentence.
It'll be a mitigating factor somehow. Yeah. It may end up being a mitigating factor is her lack of experience and training, even though she was in that job. I don't think they're going to find her not guilty. She's guilty. She was responsible, but they clearly did not let her do her job. You know, the job of a traditional armor.
Sonny,
she could have put her foot down and walked away. Okay.
She should have. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for the call. I appreciate the take on that. Nice to talk to you. Appreciate the phone call. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. That must be frustrating if that's the plan. And Mace says, Sarah and Nicole had no experience, were loading bullets too. Hannah was told not to be there and didn't follow her safety advice. Lots of failures. If the attorney, going back to the attorney, if all he's trying to do is mitigate the sentence, that must be really frustrating for Hannah, because I think she wants to be back in the industry. And if she wants to be back in the industry, she cannot have a conviction here. It'll be impossible, I think.
Call from Lizzie Dog.
Lizzie Dog, how are you doing? Thanks for the call.
Good, how are you?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
So a little bit to kind of piggyback off the other caller and what we've been talking about. So I was in the Navy, and I'm not giving like Hannah a freebie or like a way out, but I can see how kind of not playing dumb, but explaining how she couldn't do her job or wasn't allowed to do her job or wasn't trained properly. And so it's not really on her could be maybe a strategy. Because being in the Navy, so I used to launch planes. I was a PC, so I used to do like the hand signals and stuff all in front of the plane. But also,
they take off like over you. You'd be like, when they would do that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the cool position.
Yeah, but beforehand you have to inspect the plane, and afterwards, when it comes back, you have to inspect the plane. But when I inspect that plane and I sign off on it, that's my jet, and I'm saying it's okay to fly. It's okay to send those pilots out. It's good to go. You know, it's double checked by other people, but I'm, ultimately, I'm signing my name to it. Yeah, and so maintenance used to hate me because I would say, oh, there's this gripe, we have this problem, and I would down a lot of planes because of it, and they would be like, don't send her out because, this plane has to go up, so we need it to go up. So we're not going to send Liz out to launch the plane because
what a good reputation.
Too anal,
the crew might not like that, but man, from the pilot's perspective, I want to know that the plane I'm being strapped into and launched off the aircraft carrier is going to fly when it takes to the air.
Yeah.
I want to know that engine's not going to sputter and die, and that the wheels are not going to blow out on launch. And I want to know that everything is working. That's a reputation you can get behind, and one that honestly I think would serve you well in the industry, because then you have the pilots who, obviously they're the stars, right? On the ship, the pilots, not the guys with the cool glasses. Everyone else is like a scrub. Sorry. Yeah. But the pilots are the big name actors of the movie industry.
Yeah.
And you want them saying, I want that person. That's gonna get your career moving along.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, though, maintenance is sitting there going, no, we need this jet. So we're going to send, this person who just will let a plane go no matter what. They just kind of do it.
Yeah, we need someone who rubber stamp this and just launch it, because odds are it's going to work, right? Statistically, it's not going to fail on this one.
Yeah, but they wouldn't send me out. They'd be like, no, we're not going to send her out. And I'd be like, oh, okay, fine. I won't do it then. Or I'd get, pushed, or I wouldn't sign off on it. I'm like, I'm not going to sign off on that. And she could have, like the other caller said, walked away. Yeah, she doesn't, get this job. Yeah, her reputation gets a little whatever. But now her reputation is done. Like, I don't see how, I don't know. I'd rather go down with my name being intact and saying, hey, I signed off. I don't want to sign off on this jet. It's not safe. And then have the plane crash, something happen. And then I'm like, not only am I feeling remorseful and this is a pilot we lost or something happened or a jet we lost or what have you, but I signed off saying it was okay.
Yeah.
and now I'm going to Captain's Mast, and now I'm going to here and that, because I'm going to be the one who's going to,
Lizzie Dog,
sorry,
it's
going to roll downhill anyway.
You had a sense of responsibility that I still have not felt from Hannah, where she owns her work product and the results of that.
Yeah.
And that's what I haven't seen. And I think the jury's got to be picking up on this. And I think
I think
it's I mean, it adds up to negligence. This is just how we did it. This is the fact that we didn't do safety trainings. That's just, it was a busy set. We had to get the shooting done. Got to get the film in the can. And it's just
not willful. It's not ignorance. It's more willfully negligent. You're just like, I don't really care. I don't care. I don't care about your life. I don't care. I don't have respect for your things. I don't have respect for you. I don't have respect for my job. I don't have respect. If you don't have respect for yourself, you're not going to have respect for others. You're not going to have respect for, and it's going to keep going. So it's got to start with you, and then so on. So yeah, anyway, we could talk all day, but I just wanted to add that in there. So
appreciate it, Lizzie Dog. Thanks for the call. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
You bye.
Call from now.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. Say your name one more time. Wait, the court's coming back. I have to take the call later. I'm going to let this one drop. Sorry. Court's coming back right now. I thought we had time for one more call, but we didn't. The flannel has made its way into court. Looking good. Must be freezing cold. The air conditioner is working for sure.
All right, you may be seated.
Okay, we are resuming the video at 2:09:08, which is the end of the break of the people on the camera.
Charlie Raven, thank you so much for the continued support as a member. JPC, thank you as well.
I'm good.
It's fine. I just.
Yeah.
I like your poor dog.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
I don't think we changed anything. My guess is that when they stop laughing, it's going to go back to normal audio. Can we just try it and see?
Sure, just a little bit.
Okay.
It's clipping very badly.
But they can handle it.
Oh, mine stay outside.
No? Okay. Great.
So I'm not there. I have a 8-month-old German Shepherd who is. Oh no, he's
terror.
Right now.
Absolute hell.
Yeah. He's really horrid right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot, that's
Mine I had a German Shepherd, like a young one, a few years ago, and like she totally chewed up all my panties and fucking trashed all my plants.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't let him inside at all. He was crate trained from the beginning because I just wasn't gonna deal with that.
Yeah.
I normally don't crate train my dogs, but I've only had huskies, and so this was the first different one that I had, and he's like the most intelligent thing ever, but he is reckless, he's insane.
Love the dog talk. Rudy Patootie, Time Sure Flies. Thanks for 10 months.
But I got him because I wanted to breed.
Oh yeah, those huskies are pretty.
Charlie Raven, thank you as well.
I love calling German Shepherds. I like calling them Herman Jeppards. I think it's fun.
I don't think she can control that one, Charlie. I don't think she can take the fall for Alec. The prosecutors sort of decide that. But it's possible if she is convicted,
Right? Yeah, I literally stretched in here.
there may be less of a hunger to convict him.
Yeah, I totally had you and Alex mixed up in my head. That's so funny.
I am Alex.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I had you guys I thought she was Alec, and I talked to her most of the time. Didn't even realize.
So that doesn't count on our counter.
Yep, that's Samantha.
Do you want another water?
Corporal, who's the gentleman that just entered the room?
That is Detective Joel Cano.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. It's been a wonderful 2 months. Thanks for being here.
Okay.
All right, so going back to those loose rounds that were in your pockets, it's common for you to carry them in your pockets.
Yeah. My dad usually carries a couple of like his favorite dummies, you know, like good night safe ones in his pocket, and I do the same. But we had 3 guns dummied up that day, so I used a couple of them on other guns.
Okay. Is that why you keep them in your pocket? Is that why you?
Yeah, because just in case, and then also I have another. In the bag, on the bottom of it, you'll probably realize that there's also some dummies in those pockets down there too. I try to keep like at least a good 12 dummies ready in situations.
Those are, but you're talking about the like bags though, right? I'm talking about your pants.
Yeah, I'm talking about my pants. Yeah, okay, yeah, I always try to keep like at least 5 or 6 in there.
Do you remember where you pulled those from?
Those came out of one of my old boxes, and we had been using them from the weekend previous, and those were the ones with no primer caps.
So, did you have those in your pocket prior to going to lunch?
No, those should have been in the gun already.
No, I'm talking about the ones that were in your pockets, so.
Yeah, the four without primer caps.
I think you pulled 6 rounds, 6 or 7 out of your pocket.
No, I'm pretty sure I pulled the 4 out of there, and then I got the other 2 from the box and shook them as I walked.
No, I'm talking, so the night that you came in for an interview.
Oh yeah, I had some extras in there. I think I found some more, and I was like, I'll put some more in there just in case.
But do you remember when you put those in your pocket?
No, not exactly.
Before or after lunch?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So then how come you didn't pull from your pockets to load that gun?
Well, like I told you, I pulled those out earlier, and I totally forgot that there were more in there.
More in where?
More dummies in my pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had forgotten that they were there.
That one last one that you pulled to load the gun, do you remember checking that round?
Yeah.
And what do you remember about it?
Seemed fine to me, and Dave was just kind of in my ear, and so I was shaking it, walking in, and putting it in there.
Okay. But
I just want to follow up on a few things. Over the break, did you have an opportunity to review some of the evidence photos?
Yes.
And did those refresh your memory?
Yes.
The rounds that were found on the top of the prop cart, and I'm not asking about blanks, how many dummy rounds were found on the top of the prop cart, assuming we've gotten the true story that the gun was unloaded at the prop cart?
There were 3 dummy rounds on the top of the prop cart.
And how many live rounds were on the top of the prop cart?
2.
And of the 3 dummy rounds that were on the top of the prop cart, did any of them appear to have depressed primers?
One looked like it had like a semi-depressed primer.
And what about the others?
That they did have primers.
That did not appear depressed?
Correct.
And obviously the live rounds did not have depressed primers.
Right.
Were you also able to, were you also able to refresh your memory as to the dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez had in her pocket on October 21st during your interview?
Yes.
And how many dummy rounds, if you recall, did she pull out of her pocket to show you during the interview?
She had 6 total.
And of those 6, how many of those had no primer cap at all?
5 of them had no primers, and then one of them was one that she demonstrated the rattled, so the one with the BBs in it.
So you are now familiar with all the different types of dummy rounds that were on that movie set, correct?
Yes.
So if Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun with dummies and then spun the cylinder for Mr. Halls, would spinning the cylinder enable him to know whether they're dummies or not?
The only way that he would be able to tell just by spinning the cylinder would be with the ones that did not have the primer caps on them. Other than that, if they had a primer cap, he would not be able to tell if they were dummies.
And none of the rounds on the cart were missing primer caps.
Correct.
But she had 5 of them in her pocket.
Yes.
That presumably she did not use to load that gun with.
Correct. She did state that she did not pull any rounds out of her pocket to load that gun.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
No, he was in my ear, like, and
your radio.
Yeah, there's always a fuck ton of people in my ears. It's not the voices. I'm here walking. It's not the voices. It's a ton of people, and you'll see me a lot of the times on set. Just take that thing out and throw it as far as I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't remember when
that's how I knew when he was telling me. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when those were in my pockets, and honestly, they might have been in my pockets. In a spot where they aren't normally, you know.
Okay. All right. So I have some questions regarding like media statements that you guys have put out.
That bit was important.
Yeah.
We'll go back to that.
And just so you know, like one of them with Bob got a little crazy, and Bob.
Hang on a second. Can we approach? Yes.
Well, the approach, let me talk about that when she says when they're in my ear. We see in one of the pictures of Hannah when she's on the set that she's actually wearing what security guards used to call ear fungus. Okay, it's an earpiece that allows them to hear what's going on in the radio, but only in the one ear. You'll see officers, police officers, or security people wear these often. It allows the radios to be used on set, and people around cameras and microphones can be able to hear things, communications, and not make noise and disrupt the sound. So she demonstrated that she says, in my ear, and she's pointing to her right ear. This is the same ear that she says I was walking into set and I was shaking them and they sounded fine. So when she says I was shaking it and he was in my ear, he was talking at me, she has, her hearing is blocked because she's hearing radio traffic from her radio. So she could not have heard it shake. She could not have heard it shake because of the radio traffic. Yeah. Anyway, so I would suggest that if that were the case, if you have a earpiece in one ear, you should be shaking with the other ear so that it's not distracted by the sound in your ear. But that's just something I saw. We can go back and watch. I think the video of her going to the bathroom with the police officer going to the porta potty. You'll see if I might see if I can find the screenshot. You'll see that earpiece that she's wearing. You'll see it's a clear plastic tube that sort of looks like a twisty tube. It's got a little spiral to it, like an old telephone cord. For those of you that know what a whole telephone cord looked like, after you're like a charger. No, not like a charger. I'm talking about like a coiled cord. You should trust me as a resident communications expert. I think I actually have one of those earpieces somewhere. I'll have to find it. I haven't worked on radio for quite a while. But knowing that she has that, and when I just put those together, when she just talked about that being in her ear, when she says I was being talked at, it was most likely not physically in the room. It was somebody on set. It could have been somebody in the room, but it's on the channel, on her channel, where she's listening and she's being told, "Hey, get me those guns. We need those on set. Alec needs, his 6-shooter. Where are you guys at? They're holding up the production." That's what she's hearing in her ear. TV news presenters wear them as well. Yes, so they can get fed their lines or get corrected and instructions from the director. Had the longest cord ever. Spug Duggar. And every single cord, this is a squirrel moment, but every single cord, those little curly cords, they would get like this twist where it would like have a back spin and you could never straighten it out. It was impossible. It was like a damaged slinky. Once it's damaged,
and we're
you
not
can never
sure
fix
how. Trial's fluid, okay? We're going to take a break, and you'll have to wait in the deliberation room. Don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And when we think we're ready for you again, we'll tell the bailiffs. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we're taking another break here. What happened immediately before the break was they started playing this audio, and they were talking about the media statements that were made, and one with Bob. And that's when the objection came in and the approach. So let's see if this is something that gets worked out where we can hear it without the jury present. I'd like that. Like that, we haven't been able to see behind the curtain much in this courtroom as far as deliberations go, between the judge and the counsel. IFBs, in-air feedback, right? Retired network audio engineer, Telex, good brand. We used Sennheiser for our IFBs when we were in the news, but Telex is a good brand as well. I think they also make intercoms. Let's see what we're doing. We're just on break. Everyone's just milling around, just showing off that they've got coffee cups. This looks like it's like the teenage girl version of everyone's running around with their Starbucks Stanley mug. Everyone's just showing off that they've got a coffee cup, walking around the courtroom. They're pretty excited. Okay, who is up here? I don't know who the gentleman is in the white shirt. Is that an attorney? That's not Mr. Bollinger, is it? Or not Bollinger, Bullion. Does anyone recognize the white shirt? Can I ask, do presenters share them earpieces? Everyone has their own. Everyone has their own, Mike. They have their own, and they typically put it on in wardrobe when they're getting set. It clips to your back collar, and it runs down your back. Usually it clips to your shirt, and then you put your suit coat on it, or sometimes you can run it down inside your shirt. Oftentimes you run it on the outside, but it clips there, and then the earpiece will just dangle there, and you can grab it and put it in your ear, and the cord attaches a lot like a headphone cord to the belt pack you wear on your waist. Not sure what they're talking about here. No audio right now. Sounds like a dog harness. They hate him. If you've ever watched this is funny. This is like a behind the scenes in the news industry. If you've ever watched a news reporter like on the scene out there in the snow talking, and they're trying to tell the story, and they reach up and they pull their earpiece out, it's because they're getting yelled at. Sometimes it might be that there's like some weird sound, but usually it's because they're being yelled at by the director and they don't want to hear it anymore. And it is not, it's like, oh, this is malfunctioned, I can't hear. No, it's like, I'm not going to listen to that anymore. I'm doing what I want to do, and you guys have to deal with it, because once the feedback's gone, you just have to wait until they're done talking and hope they toss back to the right anchor. But watch for that. If you ever see somebody just rip their earpiece out and throw it out of the way, they don't like what they're hearing from the other side. It's usually a director who's in their ear chewing them out for, not using the right cue for the B-roll or something like that. Because they get chewed out while they're talking, and they have to just continue reading the script while they're getting like chewed out. It's fun to be on the other side here. So now we're in a break, a real break. We might have to wait and see what's happening here. It's like a Secret Service earpiece, yes. Only they don't have a microphone in their sleeve that they can talk back to. Usually the mic is like a lapel mic or something. Wrong, it's because of mix minus. For ripping it out, I'm just telling you, Mike, from my experience working in the news, I've watched many an anchor rip out because on my radio, I can hear what the directors are saying. They can talk to me. They can talk to the talent as well. And I hear when they're being chewed out, and when they don't like hearing it, they'll pull it out. Mixed minus is where you have all the different channels coming in except for one that goes back to a talent. So they might not hear a specific channel. If they hear themselves or something and that's confusing, they'd pull it out. That would be an error on the audio guy's part. Koberger has a hearing today. Yes, it's going to be 4 o'clock. Hopefully they get a court date. We're hoping he gets a court date, and maybe the judge will make a decision about change of venue as well.
Call from Donnie, real quick.
Donnie, real quick, how are you doing?
Hey, it's Sonny again.
Sonny, okay.
Real quick, Scott.
Sonny, go ahead.
Didn't Alec Murdoch testify that when he went to his police interview, he had drugs in his pocket?
I think he did. I think he said he pretty much always had them.
Yeah, well, you said that nobody goes to a police interview with drugs in their pocket. That's all. Just a quick aside. Okay, take care.
Thanks a lot, Sonny. We'll see you.
Yeah.
Bye. So Sonny's saying there's a chance when Hannah went to the restroom, it was not to use the facility as much as to use something else. No evidence of that. Zero evidence will come in of that as far as in her system. All right. Addicts always have drugs in their pocket. No one goes with balls in their pockets either, says EJF. Good point. Touche, EJF. That was very funny. All right, so we don't know what's happening here. We have not been told the time to return. We only know that they're in a break. How many bullets got flushed? Imagine that you need a powerful toilet to flush bullets. They're very heavy. Lead is very heavy. It's like gold. For those of you that are familiar with gold, you find gold oftentimes by using a dredge and a sluice. And a sluice is like a path that water runs down, and it has ripples and little pockets. And after every ripple, gold falls very quickly, and it can quickly get pulled out of the running water and into a little pocket where it's sort of held safe. Bullets, lead is very much similar. Lead is found in like a sluice as well because it's almost the same weight. It's another break. We don't know why. We just barely came back from a break. You don't flush a porta potty. Well, the ones they had on set were a lot fancier. These were porta potties that probably were plumbed with water from a water truck, so there was pressurized water, and may have had a more traditional facility than your typical honey bucket. I think the toilet on set was gravity activated, like the airplane ones. I think production. Oh, here we go. Lynn says, "Did you see Crime Circus' latest short? I think you'd find it interesting. Hall looks sus at the prop table." I have not. I'll have to take a look at that. I know they've done some cool stuff. They've released a lot of videos, the interrogation stuff.
Call from
Braxton.
Good morning, Braxton. To what do we owe the pleasure? What are you thinking about today?
Oh, good morning. I have one major question. Okay. So, dummy rounds are identical to regular rounds minus any powder and a real primer.
Right.
If you fire the gun or pull the trigger and the hammer goes down, it's going to leave a mark on the dummy, won't it?
Yes. The primer itself is usually the same material, but does not contain the little charge. It's a tiny cap. It's a firing cap, but it doesn't have a little bit of powder in there. So the hammer comes down, still dents the primer, but it doesn't cause any gunpowder to explode inside the primer. So it would be dented if you did a full cock.
So
and then dropped the hammer.
So why on earth would you ever have dummies in one of the guns for a practice set? Like, why?
Well,
because you're just going to ruin dummies.
I was thinking about this earlier this morning with why you would have all these different types of dummies. Okay, the dummies with the holes in the side, they work great if the shot calls for, say, somebody that's looking down a revolver just to make sure they're loaded, ready for the gunfight. Right? They spin the revolver and it's like it makes that little rattlesnake noise as it rotates around, and you see all the primers ready to go. That would be one thing. If you're looking at the bullets sideways, if somebody's lining up the bullets, like I've got one for this guy and one for this guy, one for this guy, you can't have the drilled height, the drilled sides, because then you see a hole in the side of the bullet and you know it's not real. So there are different, artistic reasons for each type of a bullet. But I really think that they should be kept separate, that they should be used specifically. These are drilled. These are rattlers. These are blanks. These are, and you should never have a box that says these are live loads. That one doesn't belong here at all.
Yeah, but wouldn't it ruin the dummy round?
It's
like it would leave the mark.
It leaves the mark
on the dummy round.
And that's why they went through dummy rounds. I mean, I believe that dummy rounds get used up, and for some shots you need a pristine dummy round that doesn't have that indentation on the primer. Especially if that backside of the bullet is ever going to be shown, and it's not going to be seen if it's loaded. If you're pretending to use the gun and it's loaded, as long as you're not opening it and looking down at the back of that cylinder, you're not going to see it. So you can use the dented ones for that, but you wouldn't want to use it if there's any shot of somebody loading the gun, because anyone who knows anything about shooting the gun will see immediately that one's been fired already. The primer's already dented.
And so my question is, why would you use dummies if you aren't shooting? If you're just going to be marking them and not ruining them, but like
there were times that Hannah testified that they didn't use any dummies at all, and that was when there was a very wide shot. But if there's any close up where the camera has a view down towards down the barrel of the gun, I mean, even if it's not direct, the cylinder with the other 5 rounds, you can see if there's anything in those cylinders. You'll literally see light through them, or you'll see the gray bullet tip there. So they have to load it to make it look like it's loaded for something like that. So they need a dummy in that case.
Yeah, and that's perfectly understandable. It's more of they weren't actually shooting. Well, shooting. They weren't actually filming at the time.
I think they were.
Why would you have?
I think they literally were.
Yeah,
the camera was ready to go, so they're like, "We need it on set," and he was doing the last couple. Okay, just one more run through before we go live.
Yeah, and it goes back to Baldwin always wanting everything to be ready to go.
Yep.
Because personally, if you're just doing blocking, you wouldn't want to have dummies in the gun because you wouldn't want to damage those dummies unless you actually had to. But with what we've heard about Baldwin, always wanting everything ready to go when he says it,
yeah,
that's just another issue I see.
I think the blocking was a surprise, and it was sort of, I think they were, well, the testimony was they were just finishing setting up. They were moving the camera. That's it. The shot they had was on a Steadicam, right? And they didn't like the look. And they said, okay, let's switch it over to the dolly. And to do that, I'm not sure if they were filming with like a Red One or whatever. The cameras that they use, they're not like your little handheld Sony. It's typically a modular type camera, a big lens setup. It has like different pieces that attach for viewfinders and for handles, and various accessories that are used for the camera, for measuring distances and adjusting things. So transferring the camera is not just as easy as just like clipping it on a tripod, but they were moving that and reattaching it on the dolly. And during that time, Alec was saying, what if we did this? What if I have my hat down really low and I pretend to be asleep, and then when they come in and they say, Mr. Rust, and then I go boop, and then I'm like, do you want me to draw it all the way, or do you want me to like whoosh? What do you want? So that's what was happening. It was literally on the fly. They were changing the script because Alec Baldwin asked to change the script.
Got it. And I see in chat, Philip Mitchell, he says they weren't pulling the trigger so the rounds wouldn't be damaged.
Right.
Which, yeah.
But
that's fair. Yeah,
these rounds get loaded and unloaded 1,000 times. And not always, most of the time, because think of it this way. If you have a scene where you're pulling back the hammer and shooting, you probably also want a bang and a puff of smoke. Okay, you want something to happen, and you might add the bang sound through sound effects later. But the puff of smoke you'll be able to synchronize to that, and you'll get the action. It will look real. But if you're just holding the gun, going bang bang, and you use that scene, it's not real. It's not real looking. So anytime you actually pull the trigger, it's going to be a blank. So everything else is just going to be a dummy round.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Huh. My one other question is, with the testimony from the grip, could his testimony tank his case?
It definitely could be used against him if there was something in there that was bad. I don't know how bad it was. Basically, he had no clue what was in his lawsuit. His lawyer wrote that, and he's like, if it's in there, I must have said it. that just looks bad. But realize the bar that he has to hit is fairly low. And him not remembering different things, I don't think we'll tank it. I think he's probably going to get paid out, and it'll probably be a settlement.
Fair enough, yeah.
Because here's what we know. He was in the room. The gun went off when it shouldn't have. Okay, so it wasn't supposed to go off, so nobody had hearing protection. He's saying, "Oh, it damaged my hearing. Now I have PTSD." These are these are hard things to disprove, and they're they've already got the fault that happened that shouldn't have happened, and so I think he's got a pretty easy case to win. I'm not sure if he's going to get everything he asked for, because he basically said his whole life has been ruined from this moment, and I realize it's traumatic. I'm not trying to say that it wasn't, but he's shooting for the moon on that case, and I just don't think that they're going to award that way.
Yeah. Well, as of now, other than me yelling and swearing at the monitor while listening to these interviews,
it's frustrating. What's most frustrating to me is that she still doesn't seem to get it. I mean, we said that about J Hatch. They still don't get it. Okay. And she still doesn't get it that we're talking, they're literally asking the questions because the police think it's your fault. And she doesn't. It's not. She's like, I don't know how that dummy magically transformed into a live round. What else do you want to know? It's just the flippant.
Yeah.
Yep. That's just how we do it here in Hollywood. Welcome to the big leagues. I'm here. I'm an armorer. Now I'm nervously eating Altoids like they're candy. So I got my second box here. I went through a box yesterday already. Sorry, dentists. They're delicious.
Yes, they are. Yeah, it's just interesting. And I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt personally, just because of what we saw in the Treehouse murder trial. Mm-hmm. Like, it's innocent until proven guilty, and as much as I don't want to,
I have to say innocent unless proven guilty. So Matthew Harris doesn't cry in his Cheerios this morning.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I think the proven guilty part. I think Hannah has effectively done that. Unfortunately, in her own case.
Yeah.
She's between her admissions and her descriptions and her recounting of everything. I think the jury has seen enough that all the other stuff that really didn't matter. The part about the gun and being able to hit it with a hammer and everything else. The fact somebody had to die for this charge to come in. Honestly, you can't have a negligent manslaughter charge without a death. But taking all that out, everything that happened with Alec Baldwin could not exist, and she could still be found guilty. I just think that you could like isolate that in a bubble and make it not even be relevant to this case, and she would still be found guilty as long as somebody died and she loaded the bullet. That's all we need, and so the rest is really irrelevant. I think it's just all it is maybe scaring Alec Baldwin and giving him nightmares.
Yeah, definitely an interesting strategy.
Yep.
But I mean, when you have nothing to work with,
she's trying. I don't know. Maybe she'll get up and talk. Maybe she'll get up and I cannot. There have been times when I said that this defendant should not testify, and they did. Like Dean Cummings, I said he should not get up and testify, and he did, and I was 100% wrong. It was amazing. It was the best testimony in the entire trial. It turned the whole case, and it was in his favor. I can't see that here. Just watching, because we've already seen this interrogation. We've seen her on the set. We've seen this interrogation. We've got like 2 interviews now under our belt with Hannah. We might see some press release stuff. I don't know if other stuff's going to be brought in, but I can't see this going well. I don't think she has the ability to control the narrative the way she wants to share her side of the story with using the right terminology. I think that she makes mistakes enough that just in between dummy rounds and blanks that she's going to be tripped up on the stand by a very, very quick prosecution team that will catch every single one of those and use it against her and throw it right back at her. So I just don't think it's going to be good for her.
And if she has the same tone as she's had in these interviews, it won't go over well.
Yeah. The jury is not liking that. I can tell you the jury is not going to like that at all. All right, they're coming back, so we're going to let you go. Thank you very much, Braxton. Always good to talk to you.
I sent you an image of an FBI agent holding a hammer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll look for it. We'll see you.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, you may be seated.
We apologize for the delay. We are resuming the video at 2:15:03 for the record.
So the first one was about training days. You made a statement about how you wanted training days.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Who did you express that to?
Gabrielle.
Okay.
Yeah, and I asked about it to Ro and Gabrielle. Right from the get-go, I tried to start getting actors and everything to start working with me. Kind of one a day would have been ideal. They told me, they were like, well, no one really needs to get trained. You know, these are all trained people. And I was like, okay, whatever. I thought that more actors were coming in later and I would train them as the show went on. But then Joel called me and Joel was like, no, we need to train like all the actors. They're going to be there that first week. And I said, okay. So, yeah, they set up a training day. But I was trying to get them in from like the very get-go.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the statement was that you fought for training days.
I did. So, yeah, I was always pretty much arguing with Gabrielle and for him. Because at first I didn't even want to have the training day, you know. So
they're expecting people to do.
Yeah, no, they literally did not want to have that training day at first, and they told me it wasn't necessary. And then after Joel called me, Joel told them, like, no, don't be.
Sorry, I'm having some technical. It's not us this time.
Just let me.
Okay.
Don't panic. See what happens.
We've got some sort of technical issue, but I don't know what it is. It was working well for us. Did Hannah just take something? Did Hannah just put something in her mouth? And here's the chaser. Is it water for the chaser? Is she eating Altoids because I'm eating Altoids? Trying to see what she's doing here. I don't know. We'll have to go back and watch. Could just be a mint. She looked right at us and hit her face. Nikki, that's what I saw. I saw she dipped down behind the monitor. Hand quickly went to the mouth. Why do you hide it? Why do you hide it? I mean, if it's an Altoid, I'm gonna hold the box up and be like, I'm now selecting my next one. They smell delicious. Why do you hide a mint? Not sponsored, by the way. Not sponsored. Altoids. Looks like a court clerk from where George is standing, overlooking the court clerk. They might be having difficulty with the record. If you look on the camera, just barely off the side of the camera, there was a Panasonic pan-tilt zoom camera sitting there. Those cameras are $8,000 to $9,000 each. And we have, what, 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 of them in the courtroom. Can she take prescription medication? She can. I'm just wondering why she hit it. Because the public will literally tear you apart like we're doing, I guess. Maybe she's got a headache. What's the first ingredient in Altoids? Bliss. Bliss and sugar are the first 2 ingredients. Have you seen the court hearing where the person was found guilty in swallowing something that poisoned and killed him immediately in the courtroom? Yes, I've seen that. I shouldn't laugh. But no, I don't think that's what's happening here. That's why I'm laughing. I don't think it's something that bad. I think the judge is about to call another break. Maybe it's an early lunch. Hannah's sharing a good laugh with her lawyer. Maybe somebody spilled their coffee. I know, wrong answer is only what? What's the... Ooh. Try hitting it. Maybe that'll fix it. What is the... What's the delay in court? Wrong answer is only in chat. I can't just share videos. There's a lot that goes into video usage. Let's see. From Crime Circus, it's if Crime Circus wanted me to share it, they definitely wouldn't have watermarked the thing. I can tell you that. The delay is due to subject matter jurisdiction. The computer has a virus. DoorDash is slow. The microwave stopped working. As a former IT, I may or may not endorse percussive maintenance. Hitting it works sometimes. It's right up there with turning it off and on again. There's our very nice Panasonic pan-tilt zoom camera. The only thing that camera does not have is NDI, like NDI HX, which I'm a big fan of. Makes cabling so much easier. The rawhide mallet might be needed on the reporter's desk here. No one's allowed to talk because the record's not working. That's why we're all sitting in silence here. Judge can't say anything. Nobody's talking. We can't handle any other work or get some evidence admitted or anything like that. They found a bullet. Somebody yelled, "Cut." Didn't pay their Wi-Fi bill. Another flannel shirt. Yes. Did he just shrug his shoulder and say, well, I don't know. Here comes George to figure things out. Hannah needs a bathroom break. Mouse chewed the auxiliary cord. Maybe we had an unintentional discharge. Counsel's watching RA again. Happens. Can we add a toilet to? I'm tempted to add a toilet. Tempted to add a toilet to the. Have I shared my favorite? Sounds weird even saying it. Have I shared my favorite toilet experience with you? I went as a scoutmaster. I went and took a group of scouts up to just outside of Yellowstone National Park. Camp Lowell was the name, and it's an amazing camp. It's just tucked into the forest. It's beautiful. They've got a 99-year lease on that. The Forest Service wants the scouts gone because they know the Forest Service doesn't want anyone to enjoy the forest. I'll say that publicly, at least not the way that they do. So they want it gone, but it's a wonderful camp. It's tucked in there. There are bears everywhere, freezing cold water, beauty all around. There's a hike you can go on into forest land, and there's a beautiful lake you hike to. And overlooking the lake, the Forest Service has installed a porta potty, meaning a small concrete slab with a toilet mounted. And it looks like the toilet that might be in your house or my house, just the white toilet. No walls. It's just mounted up there on the hillside, and you just like hike up to it, and it's an open pit toilet, so it's a pit toilet, but it's nice. It's porcelain. It's white. It's beautiful. It has the best view in the world. You're sitting there overlooking Yellowstone National Park and the water and the trees and the mountains and the rivers, doing your business. It's a lot of fun. Maybe we'll add one of those toilets to the. Yes. It's no Wi-Fi. No Wi-Fi there, though. So don't bring your phone. Was it glamping? Definitely not glamping. You have to bring your own toilet paper, though. It's a BYOTP is what it is up there. If you know, you know. If you've been there, it's beautiful. And let me just tell you, after going off in the woods and digging your own little hole, this is luxury. This is amazing. It's almost worth the hike just for that. It's the Old West. It needs to be an outhouse. Okay, outhouse. I'm with that, Laurie. I'm thinking an outhouse, wooden door, little moon cutout above the door. It sort of acts as a sunroof and ventilation. Like, do you guys just want to go to lunch? Yeah, I'm thinking like Quiznos. Yeah, I could do a Quiznos. No, I'm thinking more something fancier. Yeah, you and me both. We're fancier. Him, we don't like him very much. How about that? Just the two of us go out. Yeah, we'll do that. Who needs him anyway? We still have a court delay, a technical delay. It may lead us into lunchtime. So we'll see. We'll keep monitoring, and we'll let you know. There we go. You managed to get a Zoom feed then? Not quite. Did I get Chinese food? Never had a Quiznos. It's good stuff. I put Quiznos above Subway. But I would definitely do like a Cafe Zupas above a Quiznos. Which, by the way, for those of you that are planning for my birthday, which is coming up in March, all I want for my birthday is for someone to start and open a Quiznos restaurant near me, so like the Greenville, North Carolina area, so I can go get some cauliflower Wisconsin soup hot from Quiznos. It's a small ask, I'm sure, because I'm sure the business would do really well out here. But I'm craving it. Uncivil Law, we have the food. Uncivil Law, how did your move go? Is your studio coming together the way you'd like it? Good to see you back here. I know you had some work that kept you away for a bit. Birthday's tomorrow, says DMB. Woot woot. I'm not sure if we can get a Cafe Zupas there in time for your birthday, DMB. Love Quiznos. Subway's no bueno. Anybody else been to Cafe Zupas? I think you mean Zupas. It might just be Zupas. It's been so long I can't remember the name. But they have Wisconsin cauliflower soup, which is literally liquid heaven. It's liquid heaven, and it burns your tongue, but it is so good. Yeah, have them add a little bit of cheddar cheese, just a like they bounce, like off their bicep, like this, like the salt. They like sprinkle this cheddar cheese on there. It's good. Arby's, says Tricia. We've got the meats. I do prefer a good independent sandwich shop. Mike, there was one. Do you know you guys probably don't watch this channel, but on YouTube there's a channel called, it's on the tip of my tongue, Diesel Brothers. Diesel Brothers. They're guys that make these huge, super powerful, like overbuilt trucks and do amazing stuff with them. Originally, they just caused a lot of smoke, but now they've sort of gone away from that. And Diesel Brothers, right across the street, just about from Diesel Brothers on Redwood Road in North Salt Lake, it's a little sandwich shop called Guttierrez. Also not a sponsor. Guttierrez, let me just tell you, I'll tell you now, it is worth buying a flight, buying the ticket, flying out there, driving there. They're only open for a couple hours a day, okay? Because the good shops are not like 24/7. They're very limited. Get there early because the line will be long. People come from all over the county. Their bread is it's like an inch and a half thick, and you get like 2 slices of sourdough, roast beef on sourdough. Just ask for the roast beef on sourdough. It will change your life. It will. It will not change your wallet because believe it or not, they're actually quite reasonable price-wise. But you grab one of those and maybe a ginger beer. Oh my goodness. That is good food. That is really living. Unpopular opinion, Guttierrez is meh. You went one time. It's like for the locals in the area, you've got like Cutler's and then you've got Guttierrez like that. So it's above Cutler's. All right. I've ate there, says Unholy Saint. I've been there. See, back me up. Somebody can back me up on this one. It's good stuff. Still nothing from the courtroom. Just looking at the wall. They're trying to figure out how to get the computer working. Sounds like you need some lunch. I asked Mrs. R.A. to make me some lunch, and she said no. She's very, very busy today. She's been very, very busy, and she does not need to make me lunch. But I asked her because I'm very hungry. This channel regularly devolves into discussions about food, so it's appropriate now as we have a little break. What are your plans for lunch, everybody? Kurt, do you have dinner plans? There's the number right there. Kurt might be calling in. We'll see. I think they're opening a Buc-ee's in North Carolina. I've heard they might. Now, G-Ski, I've been to Buc-ee's and I liked it. I have not really tried the food. I have not done the roast beef or the jerky. I've not tried I didn't know you could get free samples. No one told me there were free samples. I only saw it was like $30 a pound. I'm like, that is out of my budget. It's out of my budget entirely. But let's see.
Call from
Uncivil Law.
Kurt, my friend, give us some lunch advice.
Doing?
Okay, thank you.
Well, I've got some macaroni and cheese my mom made me, so I'm pretty excited about that.
That sounds good. Court sound came back and they said all rise, so it looks like they're being dismissed. But macaroni and cheese, probably just for lunch, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But let me show you what we've got here.
My mom swears by Cabot brand cheese. She thinks it's the best.
Is it? So you just do you do macaroni and cheese with just one type of cheese, or do you do the blend, like the 5 cheese blend? Or?
Speak up, come
no,
on.
just the one cheese right now, the fierce and sharp cheddar and simple. But yeah, we got everything moved in over here in Houston, so we got the new studio kind of set up. So I uploaded a screenshot of my new backdrop. So if you want to check that out, kind of cool.
I'll have to take
got a bookshelf kind of thing with some various knickknacks. It's a plan.
I'm jealous. I can't wait to have an actual studio instead of like a 12 by 12 room to try to set up in. But no, that's cool. I'm excited. Can't wait to get you back on the air.
How's the trial going? Is it still a disaster area for Hannah?
It is. It's a disaster. They've called I think they just called lunch right now. So they've got a technical issue that's with the court recorder that's causing a delay. But yeah, it's a disaster. She's been on the stand, not on the stand. Her, let me turn off the sound from court. Her interview with the police department is a train wreck. It's a mess. With every word out of her mouth, she's either reaffirming the fact that she has no idea how to be an armorer, or that she didn't do her job right.
See, the lawyers try to tell you, man, no one ever listens to it. Don't talk to the police. Do you want to talk to us? I absolutely do not. No, that's okay. I'm good. Thanks.
Lawyer up
I'd like
and
to
shut
observe
up.
my
Right?
right to remain silent. Yeah. I want to it's like practice it like a mantra. Some people meditate. Just use it as your meditation mantra. I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer.
Yes.
Just repeat that over and over again, and you'll be fine.
And if your lawyer says talk to the police, get a new lawyer. There you go.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to talk to you. That's fine. You don't need my statement. I'm good.
Nope. I think you've got everything you need already. So.
I swear I've seen more than a few convictions where I don't think the trial would have even happened, but for the confession to the police.
Yeah.
So it is the jury's favorite thing in the world, the words coming from your own mouth. Nothing better. So please don't do that. Make your future defense lawyer's life easier. That'd be great.
A little PSA for everybody there. Thank you, Kurt. It's good to hear from you, by the way.
Yeah, no worries. So it should be up and set and going. So hopefully we'll get back in this trial a little bit and see if things get better. But yeah, I think she's basically doomed. So we'll see what mercy she gets on the back end.
Do you think that they're just trying for a little mitigation on the sentence? Is their best effort here?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, why not show the other chaos and other things that made her not completely just, devil may care, wanton, laughing in the face of danger. So anything that helps take away that narrative has got to be a plus.
Yeah, I just don't think they've been able to train her to be, witness material in the time between when this event happened and now. I don't think that she's a different person than what she was the day that she was interrogated by the police and the day this happened. I think it would be a train wreck if she gets on the stand and prosecution would play it like a fiddle, and they would love every second of it.
I don't know that she really has anything to gain by getting on the stand. Then again, I'm not sure that she has much to lose at this point. And with her own, confession to the police, it's like, what else can you possibly do at this point? You just got hours and hours of this thing just being like, yes, I'm not the greatest armorer, and here's all the things I did wrong, and here's all the problems, and this sort of blasé affect it's very sort of off.
It's off-putting. It is. It's terrible, and she shares so many details, and then she flip-flops on the details, and the police have started to call her on it. I mean, initially they just let her talk, right? And they let her get all the story out. And then when they go back and revisit it, and she tells it the second time, which is a tactic. This is not an accident that the police are doing this. Then they're like, oh, but didn't you say you had 4 rounds in your pocket or 6 rounds in your pocket? And now the story, they're challenging little facts like that, and it's going to get worse and worse as the train comes to the.
Well, this is where you can't win, though. This is where you can't win, because if somehow you manage to tell it word for word exactly the same twice, that's suspicious too, because no one does that.
Yeah.
No one remembers the exact same thing in exactly the same order with all the exact same details. You tell the same story twice, and it have come out exactly the same way. So
I can't even tell the same fishing story twice.
Exactly the same story you're doing.
The fish grows every time I tell the story. So
I know it's a magical fish.
Yep. Bee fish.
All right, I'll let you go.
All right.
I just want to call and say hi.
Yep. Thanks, Kurt. Good to hear from you. We'll see you.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. She did sort of blow it here. This was rough. All right, so court has taken a break. I'm just trying to look on the screen where we've got until 2:00 my time. It's 1:30, so we've got at least a half-hour break. Yes to the bee fish, says Bug Dugger. We're going to take a half hour. I think this is lunch. It might be an early lunch. We might get a second lunch today as well. So if we take a break now, we've been going for about 4 hours, exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes. Coincidence? I think not. But we're going to go ahead and take a break now and then begin in about half an hour with the second half of the day. We do have more video we expect to be played of this interview, but we are nearly done with this interview. So what comes next, I'm not sure. We've got to finish up this day as far as her testimony goes and talk about the media just a little bit and some of the media appearances, and then we'll go on. I prefer second breakfast, says Mark Bass. Veda Worship, birthday is March 14th, 10 days before mine, but I won't tell you when mine is. Yes, he got the 420 reference. No munchies, no munchies. I don't partake. Just FYI. What you do on your own time, that's up to you, but I do not. I'm going to hop over rewatching Ian's take on the attorney present interview from yesterday. That's Ian's take was great. I didn't get to watch all of it. I still have some to watch as well. So let's see what happened. They came back and then stopped again. Glass half full. Yes, they've had some issues in court where things are not working the way they're supposed to. So we've got little hang-ups. Mostly it's the audio system. The multiple computers connected together. Like 3 different people are controlling the volume. It's bad. It's bad. March birthdays are the best. March 12th here. That's awesome. Is the 14th the Ides of March? Isn't it the Ides of March? Beware the Ides of March, right? Veda Worship. Einstein's March 14th. It's the 15th. Which day was Caesar killed on? Holy cow, something just like shook my house. Like a small explosion over here. I'm still here, guys, so it's good. All right, yes, we were right. 15 is the Eyes of March. A2 Brute. All right, we're going to take a break. After lunch, we're going to come back with the rest of what happens here. It's just going to be a short one, half an hour. If you want to be first in chat, make sure you ring the bell. Click the subscribe button. I guess you have to do it in the other order. The bell doesn't appear until you have clicked the subscribe button. But we'd love for you to join our true crime family. We think it's the best place on the internet to watch true crime, and it's because of you. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in about half an hour. Quick lunch. I'm going to find something in the freezer. It's not going to be Cafe Zupa's Wisconsin cauliflower soup, which would be delicious right now. It would just be delicious, but we'll find something else. And I'm going to nuke it in the microwave until it's lukewarm, and then I'm going to eat it, and then we'll be back. So you guys have a good lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Be good. Bye.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.